Hey, very good afternoon, good morning, good evening.
Good afternoon, Siva.
Oops, power loss. Yep, let Star Azal team join and they can give me host. So we'll start the session. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Siva sir. Good evening. This is Prakash from Star Agile.
Hey, Prakash sir.
Sir, I make you host. Hi, sir.
Yeah.
Can you please make me co-host, sir?
Doing, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hello guys.
Hi, good evening, Shiva sir.
Hi,
Hello. So how are you
Hi,
guys? Like
good
how was
evening.
the last weekend? I hope it pretty good.
Yes, very
Yes.
good. I'm
It
facing
was
some
good.
challenges I will discuss today.
Sure. I will start with your challenges only. I hope.
Yes. Can I share my screen, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a minute. I will share my screen. It is visible.
Yes.
Yes,
It
I am
will.
facing this issue basically.
Mm,
Just like I'm pushing on the my local branch to my master branch, and then pull the all changes. I'm
mm,
facing error cannot lock reference this one, and this one.
mm. So in that case, you have to use git pull origin and which branch you're trying to do. So
Yes.
you have multiple branches, and origin we were at to discuss. So that is quite okay. So did we discuss about origin? I told right, like a git config. Okay. So
Yes.
sorry, just use git pull origin.
Okay.
Mm, Git pull origin. Just use master. No, don't enter.
Okay.
Then master is.
Okay. Enter.
Yeah. So the
Yes.
branch
It's
is
all right.
already up to date,
Yes.
buddy.
But I have some issue. Just like I'm going to this one.
Yes, sir.
So
No,
basically,
I told about git config -e, but I didn't about tell like we didn't discuss second scenario. So that's
just like
maybe
I
like
have three. I am creating only for just like a master and feature day. But the master is by default created.
yes, sir.
Why?
I don't know. That is fine. That's fine actually. No, we didn't discuss about the issue whatever you face, right?
Okay.
I like we put it origin and then we gave the branches like I didn't discuss it too. So that's
Okay.
maybe good. Okay, no problem.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll explain now. Okay.
Okay.
Because usually we discussed in that is in second scenario. Any other question?
No. It's okay. Everything is fine. And I have tried to just like a action GitHub
Mhm.
actions. I have some facing some challenges. It's a build fail basically. The pom.xml is not find out the action basically. So
No,
I'm trying multiple time, but I am not able to do that.
no, I don't think so. It has issue with the pom.xml.
Okay, it's a root
You have
causes,
to,
I think.
I have to seek very carefully. Okay, maybe I was using like some other's account on the day. Fun, no problem.
Okay.
Let me show you like what. Let me share my screen and I'll show you like what is exactly the issue.
Okay.
Okay, so actually we are providing multiple branches. Okay, let me see. I'm just trying to create a new branch here. Okay, I'm just trying to create a new branch. This repository. I'm say like I just use Starazzel API
Okay.
public, and I'm not providing. I'm not clicking anything here.
Okay.
So it is a like very brand new repository. You don't have anything as of now. Okay, so it's very brand thing. It says like quick start. If you done kind of these things, like you can use set up in the desktop. You can do like you already know how to copy this and how to clone this thing. That is pretty good what we have done. But here again, they provided you or create a new repository on the command line. I mean to say whatever we're doing on the git bash, these are the command line instructions they provided to us. Say git init. Okay,
Okay.
echo starazl app like in the slash readme something they ask us to do, and git init and git readme add and commit branch remote origin add and then git push. Okay, so I'll go on one by one command so that you'll understand. So these are the case, right? Like if you find out like an empty branch. Mean to say, like I didn't, maybe I thought of some people will ask the question, but no worries. What is it like if it is an empty branch? If I'm cloning that, right? Like every time I'm created a readme, previously I created a readme, but this time I not created a readme, and it's very, very a kind of empty branch. Okay, mean it's a
Okay.
very empty branch. Now, previously what I've done, maybe let me share you the notes so that you will understand here. See what sorry, I'm going on the Jenkins. Okay, so here what I told, I told like, buddy, you have to do the git clone, all those things.
Yes, yes.
What git cloning means is an existing repository. Okay, existing repository, but you went to an organization, suppose you went to an organization, there you don't have any repositories. They told Shiva, like, as of now we don't have any repositories, it may take some time for us to get the repositories. So meanwhile, just do your coding, all these things in your local, and then once we come, like, we will add that into the repository. So that is the use case. Okay, you don't have as of now you don't have a repositories. You can keep your code in the local. Maybe 2-3 days we have to request to someone and they have to approve something, a lot of process. So after 1-2 days, like once you get the repository, you can add that into the repository. So these are the use case. Now I can achieve this with the 2 ways. One thing, I can create a once like in a repository created, I can clone that, I can take it up, if it has a readme, I can clone that one, and I can copy my files to the same repository. I can do git add, commit, all those things. But they gave me a kind of empty branch. They didn't have anything. So meanwhile, how I map that configuration? So now whatever the repository there in my remote repository, I mean to say like which was there in the GitHub, and whatever the repository in my local, how those two are configuration, how those two are mapping. That is the one you call it as an origin. Okay, let me go directly. Let me take a git bash. I think yeah. So if I'm going on here, okay, if I'm going on here, this is a test repository. In this test repository, I have already .zate is already there with me. Okay, so now I'm going to create I'm going to create a plain repository here. I'm just creating a new folder as a test2. Okay, test-empty. I just created that. So here, right, I don't have like it's a new folder I just created here. Now I want to convert this folder into the Git, a kind of Git repository. Okay, how can I do? Just go here, click on the right bash, use git bash here. Okay, once you get the path, just use git init. Git init. Initializing an empty Git repository. You may be able to see it, right? Like it was creating an empty repository, and that too it is .zate has been came up now. Okay, now I don't have like this test-empty repository was not there in my my remote repository. Nothing but in my GitHub it was not there. I just created here, and now how can I map this thing to like I have a new repository over there? How can I map this repository to new repository in my GitHub? So remember, whatever the name you gave, repository name should be equal, should be matching with the same. So even in the remote repository also, I have to create that as a same name. What's this thing? I have to create that as also same name. Sorry, previously I might be created that as a different. Okay, I gave star appear. Let me copy this thing. Okay, I'll rename this thing. I just remove this folder, test empty. So what are the repository?
Yes, yes, you can close it.
So repository name should be always matching. Without it should not write like I can create one repository here. I have there another repository. How can I map? That is cannot be possible. Repository name should be match only. Okay, I just gave again. I'm just giving git init here. So I have a repository name over here and I have a repository name over there. So now both don't have a matching, like both don't have a mapping. How can I give that mapping? So to give a mapping, first I have to identify whether I have to understand. You told like it has don't have a mapping. How can I verify that one? Git config -e. Just give git config-e. When you gave this, it will edit it will open a file and it will provide you like what kind of configuration and what kind of remote repository you have here. Now this is a one file. I'm going on the other file, mean to say like this existing file, because it's already there, and this is a test. Like I'm going on this thing. I have everything is in place here. I'm just opening the git bash here. I'm opening git config-e. Here, see here, what it say, it has a remote repository configurations. You can see that. What is the URL? Say like a star as a test.gat and fetch origin. Here you can see the plus ref and heads, all those things, ref remotes, all those things, and branches also. As of now, I have a branch main. Okay, as of now, I have a branch main. Okay, now what we are doing, when you do the git pull or when you do the git merge, what it will do, it will come as like you can see this remote repository in perspective of git. Remote repository will be used as an origin, nothing but it will take that as an origin. So first you think you have to come here and you have to like the second one. Okay, now we can see this configuration in number 8 to 13. But if you say the same thing, you don't have that scenario. Nothing but this is an orphan branch. This is an empty repository or orphan repository. Means it is been not configured with any of your remote repository, that we call an empty repository or orphan repository, which has been not configured to your GitHub or like your remote repository. So now, can I copy that and paste? That's not a good way. So you have to use a git remote add origin. You here, let me show you the command. So here you have git remote add origin, and this is the command you have to provide here. Okay, this is the command you have to provide here. Okay, okay, you come here. I'm just closing this thing. I have a code for until line number 8 only. Now I'm going on this git bash. Okay, I'm coming here. I'm pasting that command as git remote add origin. Mean to say, what I told, what is nothing but origin. Origin is nothing but my remote repository configuration. Now I'm adding that remote add origin. This is what the command. So I'm saying, buddy, this is my origin. Mean to say, from empty repository or orphan repository, I'm configuring that to the remote repository. Once that is then added, again, let me show you the git config-e. Can able to see now 8 and 9 has been added.
Yes.
Mean to say, now it has been references, whatever the reference has been pointing to, it is pointing to my origin. My origin is nothing but whatever the remote repository URL, whatever I have. Okay, so now you can see here it is all it's all going on that. And after that, okay, let me close this file. Okay, yeah, now my remote repositories came, and the main branches, like these all default branches, this all, once you push that file, it will be automatically add your origin branches also, master or main, whatever it is, like it will add as also origin. But now your request, right, whatever your request comes, now I can able to see I added as only main branch. Like what are the other branches I have? Like suppose if I created one more branch, I've been not added that as an origin. Okay, I've been not added that into the origin because as of now I have only main branch. I've not added other branches. So to add the other branches, you can, like when you configure that, when you push, kind of things, sometimes it will add, or else sometimes what you have to do, you have to make it a upstream. That one you have to make it up upstream, saying like, okay, this is a branch I have using an upstream, and whenever I configured, when I use it automatically when you set it upstream, you can just use git pull. If you not set it as an upstream, you can mention origin as, and what branch you have, you can say, you can mention that one. Either any of those two scenarios you can use. Either you can set an upstream, this branch as a set upstream, and it can use just git pull. Or else if you don't set any branch as an upstream, you can mention git pull origin and branch name. That will automatically set it up in upstream and automatically push to that particular refs which are there in the origin. So that both scenarios you can work on that one. Okay. So that is the one, like that is the error. It says like it unable to find the references because you not provided the particular branch while you're trying to pull, because it not been added to the origin. That is the issue.
Okay. Shiva, I have one more doubts. In the previous class, just like I'm pulling my local branch to my master
sir.
branch, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to validate anyone to check out my local branch to master branch, then first of all we can ask your credential just like a user ID and password. But I am going to put my local branch to master branch, cannot ask any kind of credential just like a user ID or password, directly post my local branch
Yes,
to.
because you configured it as a Git credential manager. You have a Git credential manager.
Okay.
That let me show you.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a credential manager. You have, everyone will have their in their with this thing. Here you might see here you have like some certifications related to your Git Git, so that it won't ask you next time. It automatically save that context into your credential managers, so it will do an automatic login. You just
Okay.
verify that.
Okay, so how to remove it?
You can go and delete over there.
Okay.
If you want, like you can share. Let me confirm you that as well.
Okay, sure.
I told like while installation also I told like I'm just putting as a ignore to the Git credential manager, because now I configured with one account. If I configure to other account, it's a permission in error. If I have multiple accounts, Git credential manager is not proper thing. You have to remove that one, because even in real time also we use SAML, mean to say like a automatic login, like for single sign-on kind of thing. So you're not required to provide any Git credential managers, like a credential managers. You're not required anything like that.
Or maybe use a timeout, just like a 300 millisecond or anything. After that, you can ask me any kind of checkout or any kind of commit. Then we can ask
I'm
credential,
not
right?
sure on that one. It will automatically save your credentials to that. So while installing itself, like I configured that it should not store my any credentials in the Git credential manager.
Okay.
Okay.
Shiva, one question.
Yes, sir.
Regarding this origin and upstream, which you mentioned.
Yes, sir.
When you said origin is like that GitHub repository, right?
Yes,
That is
remote
the origin.
repository. Yes,
So you're pushing from your local repository to the origin.
exactly.
Now, when you are setting upstream, it means it goes into the repository, or if you create a new branch, the
No,
upstream will
upstream.
has to.
No. Upstreams is always work on the branch things. Okay. So suppose if you say like what you have origin, like how many branches you have in origin. Say I have like one branch. I have like two branches. I have three branches. Or I have four, five branches like that. So now I want to make it up in an upstream to the one particular branch, and I don't want to utilize other branches. You can simply use upstream, and you can next time onwards use git pull kind of thing you can do. Okay. It won't create a new branch. Nothing. It won't do like that. So it will only set it up your branch as an upstream. Okay. Or else you can configure, you're not required to do all those things. If you're working on multiple branches, just use git pull origin, and you can provide the branch name. It automatically treated that branch as the origin branch, and will pull or push your code.
Oh, should I provide the full path, like the full HTTPS path, or simply the
No,
branch name
just
will
a
be enough?
branch name. See, whatever you're doing, that origin is already be there. Now it is a references to your branch level references, right? So that's a
Oh, okay.
problem.
Okay. So let me summarize. So you're saying that the configuration file already has the HTTPS path. So it's only referring
That's
to
what
the
I showed,
branch
right?
name.
Yeah, because even that will have a main branch. It won't have other branches. Like it will always be into one branch. It will always take as one branch, and it always to be pointed to the upstream as one branch only. We can utilize that. So first time when I do, like you can use git pull once you don't have multiple branches, you have only one branch. You use git pull, git push, all things can work. If you have more than one branches, your references will get failed to be point out to the one specific branch. That time only you are doing either you can do it upstream, or you can use git pull origin, origin and branch name. So it automatically, like you are manually forwarding that as an origin. That is an origin branch. Okay.
I don't have to keep on resetting the upstream every time.
Exactly. Yes, you're not required to keep on changing your upstream. You can directly utilize as a, you can manually provided that as an override to this branch. The references to this branch. That's it.
Got it. Thank you, Shiva.
So Shiva, Ashish here. So like once
Yes,
time we
sir.
have done git full origin master, say the master branch. So next time only we no need to set the origin as a origin keyword, right? If you just do the git
no. That's the manual, only a single entry you do. That's what I said. If you provide it as an upstream, you're not required to do. Once you provided an upstream, you want to provide, you don't want to provide an upstream. Every time, git push, git pull, all those things have to provide and branch, origin and branch name.
And Shiva, afterwards, can you show us how to remove that upstream in case if we have set?
Just change
Remove
one
and
more
change.
upstream. One more, you can change either one more upstream, or even you can use, directly use is the upstream here also in pushing also you can change as an upstream, or you can directly go to the config file and you can change the branch name. Anything is fine. So all those things can be worked on here. See here you can see the branch. My origin branch has been pointed to the main only. Even I have multiple branches, my origin has been pointed to the main only. Now I can
So
change
that's the
here.
upstream.
Yes, this is
That
upstream.
is upstream.
Exactly.
Okay. I can remove 11, 12, and 13.
Yes, you can remove 11 and 12 and 13. Good, sir. Any other questions? So, did we guys do the recall? No, did we done that one? Let me see. Sorry. What are the commands we have? Okay, we got done connected only git merge and git bash. Okay, fine. Untracked files, commit files. Okay. Git merge also we done. Okay. Now, I have a file. So suppose I'm just using git status. As of now, I don't have any file. Okay, I'm just creating a file in the specific location, same location in the main. Here, I'm just creating a file, text file as text6. I just use that as a file created. I'm not done anything. So now file is in git. If I say git status again, it say that is an untracked file. Mean to say it was unable to track any of the related that file. So now it says use git add. Suppose I'm doing git add. Okay, I'm using git add. Later you realize no, I don't want to add that particular file. I want to delete that file. How can I delete that file? How can I recall that file which I've added? Okay, which I've added. How can I recall? Just clear this thing. Let me use again. Let me show you the git status. Now the file has been staged. Okay, here they gave changes to be committed. Git -restore staged file to be unstages. There's a command directly they provide you, like what are the kind of commands you want to have, and they directly gave you what is the command to do that one. Okay, I say now what is the file name? I just gave text git restore -stage from the stage 6.6text. I'm just created. Let's restore. Now what is the status? What is the status of the file now?
The initial stage, just like it's not added.
Initially it is in green color, mean to say it is staged. Now it is in red color and says like it is untracked file.
Yes.
Because we able to recall the file from staging area. We were recalling the file from staging area. It does not until like if you're not committed the files, how many times you commit, how many times even if you added, how many times even if you add maybe tomorrow, yesterday, or like if you added 10 days back also, if you're not committed that specific file, if you're not committed the specific file, sorry, if you're not committed the files, you can recall anytime simply when the file is in unstage by using git restore -staged. Git restore -staged. With the help of this command, you can do anytime. You can do recall your file from staged area. But unfortunately, just consider I have suppose I just had a case. I added file git commit -m text6 txt added, committed as well. I committed as well. Now my file has been there in the committed history. Now, but it not pushed into your remote repository. It not pushed into your remote repository. How I can get the file now? How can I remove the file which is been there from my commit history. So let me do git log -1 line. I told you, right, this command.
Yes, yes.
Okay, here what I have here, this is my command history. Okay, now this is my command, this is my commit history where I have added text.txt. Now here you have a two ways. Okay, here you have git reset or git revert. Let me write here. What is reset? Reset is a hard command that it will what it will do, remove the commit ID. And git revert bring that commit ID changes back. Let me suppose here if you have a commit IDs, like if you have a commit ID says 10, if you ask like if you say like you want to bring it up to the 8th commit ID, then say if you want to bring it up second from the highest, then it will be 8 commit IDs. Here if you done the same thing 10, and if you want to bring up the second command, or it will look like 11th commit ID. Okay, it will become as a 11th commit ID. Whatever the commit ID is of -8, and nothing but this will have 8th commit ID changes. It will be bring it up. So here I can see this. Why I can, so here you can see this. It has been pointing to the head. Whatever your commit, whatever your current changes will always point, or you have a head. This head has been pointed to what are the current changes is always. Whatever your current changes mean to say, what is your current commit ID? It is always pointed to your current commit ID. Okay, and here's the origin main and origin head. What is this origin main? What is this origin main?
Upstream.
Upstream.
Remote repository.
Yes, yes.
Okay, now my remote, it says till now here only my remote repository have changes. These all the changes been not pointed to my remote repository. But if you see here, these are the changes. These are the changes. It has been there from the future DevOps. These are the changes has been not there in your future DevOps. With a single, like just in one line of the thing, you can see a lot of details here. You can see like this origin main to say yes, your remote repository changes has been until here only. And your future DevOps as a branch, you have changes here only. That it has been symbolically point out to everything into your login one line. Okay, it will always show you where are you, what are like it will provide you a lot of details, but you have to understand very well. Okay, so now what I'm saying, I don't want text.txt file to be committed. So how can I do that one? There are the two ways, as I said. So this is my commit repository. I don't want this commit ID. I don't want that. So now again, I'm pointing to my head. I'm just pointing to the head here to these changes. What are the changes here? I'm just trying to point that I'm using git reset, and I'm just providing the commit ID. I just provided the commit ID. Now, can you able to see what is the head has been pointed out to the updates applied? Can you able to see here what has been previously there and what is now it is there? What is the latest commit it shows, and head has been pointed to which commit ID?
181C636.
Why? Because we ask it to be pointed to the 181C366 something.
Yes.
Okay, that is one we point out, and the changes has been pointed to that. So now we know, like, but I have a test6 file has been here in this branch. Like in this, and that particular commit ID, I have test6. What is my current status of the test6? Git status. What is the current state of the file?
With the untracked level.
Nothing but untracked file, nothing but even it is not in the staged
Not-
area. You have to
yes.
do again, have to do add, and you have to do commit. So now what are the file has been, what are the commit ID, what are the files have been committed? I brought it back. Okay.
Yes, yes.
So this is one case. Again, let me do the same thing. Let me go. Okay, let me do add. Let me commit. I committed again. It created one more. Okay, it created one more and it again pointed to the text6 commit ID. Now this time what I'm doing git revert git revert and whatever, like I'm just trying to point out to these changes.
No, I think
Sorry.
yes.
Again, the same thing. Previously, here I have used reset. Now I'm using revert. Okay. So it says like it is asking you to like see changes to be committed. Why you writing these things? You can save like this thing and you can write the content and you can commit the file. It says one file changed and one deletion has happened. What it have?
New ID generated, right?
New ID generated as what is the context? New ID generation context.
Last
Head
file
will-
was deleted, I think.
It says that the revert is applied.
But test66 is there. It not deleted anything.
But it is supposed to show untracked, right? S6 is still untracked.
Why it is untracked? Why it has to show untracked?
Because you committed, now you reverted back. It's not
What
in
I reverted back. I just reverted this to this particular thing I asked to revert. It is already reverted to that branch only. Now pointed it down. Now main has been pointed to these changes only. I didn't ask to delete anything. I didn't ask to anything. That's what I told here. So if I say suppose like if I have to do that -2 changes, what it will do, that eighth whatever the changes you ask, it will point out to as the new changes. What are the changes here in this particular 181C, that is again reverted to that particular change. So now, or else if you want to point out to this particular change, let me show you this thing. Okay.
एक file create कर रहा है.
But that file remains in local, right? Then
Yeah, file will be there in that. See again, commit ID. Okay, it is a merge, but -m option has to given. Okay, it is something like it is asking is a merge. So that is a kind of merge. So it is not. Okay. Sorry, my bad. That is this thing. Okay, I'll do text to add it. That's a merge commit ID, not a regular commit ID. See, one file change and one deletion, delete mode or text2.txt. What this time has happened? What it will do, right? Whatever the commit ID you provided, it will be bringing that changes. Whatever the changes has happened on that particular commit ID, bringing back to your, it is reverting to that particular changes. It's always pointed to. Okay, suppose now you have a text2.txt file. After the text2.file, you have a text2.txt file. In that file, you like later on you done like 3 changes or two commit IDs. Mean to say 2 times you've done some changes. Now, but you don't want to have the changes to be applied. Now, whatever you want to have, like previous one, like before the 2 changes, whatever the commit ID you provided, that changes you want to bring it back, it will be bringing the back. That file, it will bring that. That is the revert. So what it will do, whatever the commit ID you provided, that changes be pointed to the latest changes. That has been, mean to say your head has been pointed to that particular changes only.
Shiva, the confusion is like, okay, so we're pointing head to that changes. Now when we do the git status, it's showing it's a clean branch. Now if
It
it's
is,
showing
we
clean,
only ask it to point out to that particular branch only. We didn't done any deletion. We didn't bring it. We didn't remove any other branches. But when in the reset, it will, we removed that that committed be removed.
okay,
So
but
you
now,
mean, Siva, that the changes are still
One by
there
one, please.
whenever you.
Madam, please, one by
Okay,
one, please.
sorry.
okay, so now since we are pointing to a new commit ID, which was the previous one, but I want to get back my text6 to the main, or I have to add that file again back.
Can you do the git reset? See, I'll tell you I'll tell you the differences. What okay, I'll ask you the question. In the test, okay, in the git reset, what happened? File got deleted, and you have a changes, but you have all the changes. But what all the commit ID you created that has been gone, and your test6 file bringing back to that one. Am I right?
Yes, it's in my local to add again.
Okay, it bring it to you to this thing. So now what it is doing, right, in the physical instead of a physical form, now previously you saw that file has been bringing to the your local as a physical kind of thing. Okay, now whatever you doing now, instead of a physical kind of thing, mean to say getting a file physical from kind of thing, you simply in the point wherever you're pointing the back, you're pointing to the previous changes. So whenever you running the code, you run the code only on this particular branch of the code, this particular commit ID code only. You're not running all these things. Okay, virtually what it will do, it will just point out to the particular changes. It won't read, it won't it won't impacted existing changes, whatever. If you see here, these many commit IDs you have here, right? Am I right?
Yes, yes.
So these commit IDs can be in ignored state. It won't process the changes, but the changes are there, but it won't process anything. Okay, it won't process anything, only because what it doing, what it done, just what when I do the revert, what it done, what you understand?
It's just undoing that particular change. Am I right?
Exactly, it is just undoing that particular commit ID and also pointing to that so it is pointing to the particular changes. So it is undoing thing as well as it is doing it pointing to the changes. So what it say is a simple, buddy. You have 100 rupees in your bank account. Okay, you have 100 rupees in bank account. Now your current balance is 100 rupees. Okay, so now what you have done, you have credited 20 rupees again, you credited 80 rupees again. So how much it is?
200.
Now 200. Now
Yes.
what I told, I just pointed to your balance. I just pointed to the two transactions back. How much you have in that? I'm not
100.
considering you two branch. I'm not considering you two transactions.
The 100 only.
Exactly, that's what you done. Even in so previous also you deleted the two transactions. Here you ignored the two transactions.
Okay. Revert, that means ignore the just like a transaction, right?
Exactly. Just kind of entity. There you just ignore the two transactions, but it is your current still your transactions may be pending or not, maybe the different state, but it's still pointing to the where you have a balance of 100 rupees. It is still pointing to that particular transaction only.
Okay, got it.
Okay. But that is that we call it as hard, and this what we call it soft to easy understand. Git reset will do a hard kind of thing, mean to say deleted the commit IDs, but here it is just soft, it won't delete it, it ignore the state, ignore the commit IDs, what are the between commit IDs, will ignore those things. Does it make sense?
Still a slight confusion, that's it, but I think I got the gist. When you use reset, it's going back two transactions. Now let's say you added test6 and you committed test6. If you revert it, I mean reset it, it will go back. So it will uncommit and unadd. So it will be in untracked state. But if you run git revert, so now let's say you have committed test6, it will just uncommit, but test6 will
No, it's not uncommitting. See, that's what I told. It just ignore those. Commit IDs will be there. Commit ID, you have commit ID. If you want to delete a commit ID, if you want to not disappear that commit ID, you have to use again git reset. It just ignore those. That's what I told. The transactions may be there, but it will ignore that, and it will be point out to your current your what are the commit ID you said. It has been pointing to that particular changes, buddy.
what happens to my file then? test 6.
A file is already there, file will be there, but when you run that one, so suppose as I said, like you have a 200 in your account, but 2 transactions maybe in the pending state, or maybe in some, like, those 2 statements are ignored. You have only 100 rupees. When you try to do, like, you can say like I have 100 200, but maybe the transactions are pending, but I want to get 200. Will it come? What are the current balance you shows, that only you can do a transaction, right? You can withdraw.
Yep.
Here also, what are the changes you have? What your changes? What are the current branch has been pointing to? Like why it has been pointed to your head? Mean to say these are my current. I'm telling to the system. These are my current changes. These are my current changes. I'm pointing to. That's the reason I'm telling. Like head has been pointed to the what are the revert branches you're doing. It has been pointing to that particular changes, because you say, buddy, these are my current changes. Even I may get 100 of transactions, but these are my changes. As you have to take these commit ID as my current commit ID, and these commit ID changes are my current commit ID changes. Then it will ignore your text at 60 txt. What are the in between commit IDs from your last commit ID to what are the commit ID you provided to revert? It will be just ignore that.
And now let's say, for example, I run git git push. What does that make for me? Like, will it be able to push it, or since nothing is there, it will just leave?
Let me do. I'm just waiting. Someone will ask the question. You will see the changes when you do the git push only. I think previous I've used maybe others one.
Yes.
Let me create a token for mine. I didn't copy the token. Yes, sorry.
Sorry.
So actually, if you have multiple things, it says like this is a problem. So previously I have a different code and this is a different, but anyway, okay. I like it says permission denied for me. I have to like remove some these things. Maybe this repository has been created by others actually. So you guys try that one and let me know. Like I can give that as one kind of question for you. Is it okay? You try to do that and let me know what what you get, so that maybe you can understand more. Okay.
Okay.
Whose account ID I have used previously?
It's mine, Shiva.
Mm,
Shall I
okay,
give
okay.
you?
No problem, madam.
Okay.
Anyway, I ask you to do retry. Anyway, I'm not pushing a code now, so let it be. Okay, that's only like try to push the code, then you will see like actual exact thing, whatever your expectation. You will see that. Okay, so then only you will see that changes. Okay, so that's a way that you can roll back even if your commit ID done. Also, those things also you can do that. That is also other way you can do. You are either you can use reset or revert. Then only you can understand how to bring the changes, like how to ignore the changes from your current commit ID. Okay. Now I just been point out. I've been utilizing this thing. Now I have like I have now just consider I have a code, entire code, everything been here. Did I not created any? Okay. So what I have done, I have a kind of a code, like I'll take another repository. I'll take another. I have a multiple these things. Okay, so just consider this is the changes. These are the like changes I have here. I'm going on like a kind of pom.xml. Here I'm going on the some small. Just ignore like what is the content. I'm just going on here. I'm changing something here as from. I just created changes and I committed the changes. So now what I have a like authority to do changes in the main branch itself. I have authority to do that changes in the main branch, but I don't want to do that one because it required to be reviewed someone. What are the committed is what are the changes I have committed? What are the, like I'm just doing some change, like if I have a complete access, it's not something good, right? So it required to get approval. Now it's simple thing, like I've done some changes. The changes are in there in the different branches. Why it is there? So just consider here I have 4 branches. In the 4 branches, like just consider I have here 4 branches. In the 4 branches, now like what are the code here? I have it in the develop dev. Okay, what are the code I have here in the develop dev? I want to like this branch can be merged into the main. So how I can do that one? I want to merge my develop /dev branch to main branch. How can I how I can do that one?
Sorry, you can repeat again.
Merge command we can use, right?
You can
Push
use
the
merge
code
command, but I don't have
Yeah.
access, like I don't have access to the main branch. Even if I had access to the,
Oh,
even if
okay.
I'm able to merge the code to the main branch, I couldn't able to push because I don't have a permission. I don't have these things. How can you know like whether you have a permission or not? So for that, we are going on the repository settings. Here you can see repository settings. Previously, we went on the complete Git repository, Git settings. Here I'm going on the particular repository settings. I went on the particular repository here. And here I have like some kind of repositories. In this repository, if I go to the branches, here, here you have branch protection rules. You have a branch protection rules. This is how can I say, no one can do a direct merging to the branches. Here I can set, okay, no, main branches are strictly restricted. No one can build, no one cannot do that push. I can simply create a branch production rule. Here I can say someone like, at least one person approved only one, even at least one person approved only, it required to merge the code into the main branches, because main is a kind of production for me. I can't take any risk. I can't go like someone who have like everything access, he can directly do the changes. I'm not agree for that one. What I'm doing, someone required to review my code before it pushing it to the main branch. That's how I can say like, yes, it is code has been reviewed from a manager. Just like I can say, yes, it has been reviewed, and then only I have like pushing that code into the particular things. How can I do that one? Here I have to create a branch production rule. I say branch pattern. I'm saying, like I say main is the branch pattern I am giving. So require a pull request before merging. If you're doing a merging, it required to have a pull request. Without pull request, you can't merge the branch. So what is a pull request? I'll come back again. So I'm just clicking this thing. I just said yes. It requires a pull request before merging. If you want to do merge, you have to raise a pull request. Without pull request, you can't merge. And require approvals. Do you require any approvals? Yes. I'm requiring approvals. How many approvals? One, at least one approval I required. No, at least I require 2 approvals. Like this, you can set it up how many approvals you want to have before merging the code. So dismiss state pull request approval when the commit IDs are pushed. Require a review for code owners. Require approval for most of the recent reviewable pushes. So you have like some lot of settings. It also you can set status checks to before merging, review conversation, view signed commits, view linear history, like just so see here, there's also like a linear history we call. I'll tell you like what is this thing. Lock this branch. This branch cannot push to the branches. You can lock this branch. It is only read only. Okay, do not allow bypassing the above settings. Yes, you have to click this thing. So like this, you can apply branch protection rules to that one. I said just create. I just created this thing, and I'm doing this thing. Now here in the same thing, I just created a repository to the main. So now what I'm doing, I'm trying to merge my brain branch. How can I do that one? I have to merge my developed to the main branch. Same thing, like if you go on the CLI, I can do with a single click. I go to the develop dev, I go to the main, or I can go to the main branch, use git merge, develop dev, they automatically merge that thing. Okay, but here it's not the same thing. So here I have to raise a pull request. Here I have to raise a pull request. In the shorter form, we call this as PR. PR. So simple thing. What I can take now, I have my code changes into the future branches. Do you understand now? So I have my changes in the future branches only. I couldn't push that to the develop branches. I develop branches will definitely require a review. Now I require to push this my future branch changes to develop dev branches. This is a real-time scenario we use. So whatever there in the future branches, it required to be reviewed, and then it will be merged into the like a develop dev branches. How can I do? I have to raise a pull request, and I ask, hey manager, I have raised a pull request with my current changes, and I send you that changes. Please go and review the changes, approve the changes, and merge the changes. Then like once you merge it, or once you approve the changes, who have access to the merge, they can directly do merge, or who have like even manager done the merge, code will automatically goes from your future branch to your dev branch. So that's how you have to follow the process, this process in your real time. Then only it's a yes. That it's a kind of a process. Yes. Now I came to know, okay, what is the commit IDs is being pushed into this particular branch? What are the commit IDs? Here I can see the changes. Let me show you. Here I have closed 3, and I creating a new pull request here. Base is like main. Base I'll take the develop dev. Okay, cannot. It says I cannot merge, but anyway, I can. What I do, I take brace as main, and I'll remove. I'll take this as a develop dev to this thing. Is also automatically. It cannot be automatically merged. Okay. Yes, yes, the same thing. Like a Bitbucket, also everything is the same process. Okay, here it says like it cannot automatically merge, but it maybe have some these things. So here in this compare changes, now how many so here I can have 7 commit IDs I'm able to do, and 2 files has been changed, and only 1 contributor changes all these things. Now I can able to see how many we have. So now I can able to see, okay, what is this commit ID? I can click this thing, rename the Jenkins file. Yeah, this is also 1 commit ID. Now I can go like this. I can see like I can go and I can see what are the commit IDs has been there, what are the commit IDs has been there, and all the commit IDs I can able to list here, and I can able to see the code, what are the code here I have, I can able to see the code also. Now I'm able to create a pull request. I confirm that my changes has been good and this thing. So can you see here, no reviews, at least 1 approving review is required. Okay, so but here see, I'm trying to create a pull request. I just created a pull request. So what it says, no reviews. At least 1 approving review is required. I set it up a branch production rule to say, at least you required 1 approval. Now it says you required 1 approval. So if you see here, it's a review required. You cannot do that. You cannot do like a merge kind of things. You cannot do that. It says at least 1 approve is required for that. Now I can't directly do that. It says like a review required. So now how can I do that one? If I go here, I don't have any users here. Any users ready to can anyone ping me your IDs? I can add to this particular organization so that you guys can have access to this thing. Even I didn't create an organization as well. That's very bad. I have some organization. Let me go to this any organization. I have 3 members.
Shiva, is there a limit to the number of approvers or 6 is the limit?
You can, yeah, 6 is the limit. So here I can add you people. Once if I added you people, once if I added you like this thing, I have to create that. And I'll just if I added you someone, like if I added you as a reviewer here, like here I can see the pull request is here. If I go to this pull request, here it is a develop required. And here I can add you any person, like whoever have like a, this is the reason. See, like now I nothing to show for me because this is my own repository. It is not with an organization to I can add people. If I have an organization, I can add any people here. Let me go to any organization. I can show you that. Okay. This is the reason I told you like you have to do in an organization. Suppose I'm going on to the any organization, existing organization. So like this is like some kind of this thing. So here I creating this repository. I have only one repository here, test repository. Here I have 2 branches. Again, I'm creating a pull request here. This pull request also I'm creating like one pull request here. Compared to future March. Nothing to compare. I think it is, I already merged that, I think. Okay, I just created a pull request here. In the reviewer, I can click this reviewer. I can add, if I have been into the organization, I can get the reviews here. I can click these reviewers here. So reviewer has been added. So now reviewer has been added. So now here I can do that. I can raise this thing. So like, user like see updated, he might be committed all these things. So like once if I create a pull request or once if I done, it automatically send a mail to that particular person. Say, yes, you've been added as a reviewer. Now what it will happen? It will be created a kind of, madam, can you give me your ID? Last
Yeah,
time
sure.
we done right. Let me show you
Yes,
that.
yes.
I didn't remember your password as well, madam.
1 second.
Star as L 1 2 3, right?
Yes, yes.
How did you change? No. Can you
No,
ping
I
me?
did not. Okay, 1 second. It is star agile 1 2 3 4.
1 2 3 4.
Yes.
Now, any capital letters?
No.
Okay, perfect. So this is star as a test I created for her.
Yeah.
Okay. Now here I'm creating a pull request. This like we have added any people here? Only you have one member. One invitation. You only send it to me, I think. Okay, I have used this branch. Sorry. I can invite anyone. Like we send it, a lot of people has been responded. Let me add it to the any people. So she sent it as 0580. Hey Asis, can you quickly do this, man?
Yes.
Ankit is also shared. Let me send it to. Let me. You might receive an email. Ankit, you also might receive an email.
Yes, yes, I'm checking.
Okay, you already approved. Okay, perfect. Thank you, buddy.
I accepted that.
Yeah, if I go to the repository, I have test repository here, and here I have two branches. I have only one branch. Okay.
Siva, those branches, will it reflect in our GitHub? Like, we have added feature DevOps, right? So here we only see main branch.
We
Yeah,
didn't create
here.
it. We didn't create a new branch. Like I'm just creating one more branch. Say future slash star as a. I just created one more branch here. Okay. This just have like what two branches now. Now this is a future branch. I'm going on the future branch, and this Java dot this thing I'm trying to do some changes.
So sure, when we create a branch from CLI, like git branch, we won't see that branch in the GitHub.
Now, until unless if you push that, it won't. You have to use push command that only. You have to go to that branch. You have to push that branch. You require to be in that particular branch and use git push origin that particular branch. Then only branch will be pushed here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, so here I'm just creating a new pull request. Sorry, first thing I have to add like your this thing. I go into the again settings. I'm adding it to the branches. I'm creating a branch production rule. I'm going on. I'm giving main. And require a pull request merging. Yes, one approve. I'm done this. I say restricted who can push. See here also restricted who can push to the matching branches. Also you can specify the people. Okay, only these particular people can able to do all those things. Just create it. Now going to the pull request. So creating a pull request here. Now there is a one changes that is also been there here. I've just created a pull request here. See, no review, at least one pending review is required. Now I'm assigning this to here. When I click this thing, here I have like a Ashish and Ankit. I just added Ashish to this thing. So now Ashish has been added. I say create pull request. Now Ashish will receive a email say review required. And merge is blocked and automatically, okay, merge can be performed automatically with one review approved. So now, like you will receive a mail, buddy. Ashish, you'll receive a mail. Just let me know if you're ready to share your screen.
Yeah, I can share my screen.
Yeah. Okay, so he will receive an email says like, yep, can you go out? Yeah. So he says, yes, you can review, commit and merge this pull request online. And you can see here, he commit summary, file charges, all those things. Just copy that, or go to your remote, go to your GitHub. I'll show you. You receive as a notification as well.
Yes.
You working in Kindle?
Yeah.
I just moved out to Kindle, man.
Okay.
I'm not happy with IBM to Kindle merge.
Yeah, it's a bit a mess now.
A lot of mess, man. I strongly disagreed on that. My manager said, okay, you either you be in Kindle or you can move out of the company. No, go to GitHub. Here you receive a notification. This is your GitHub, right?
Yeah.
Click on your home. Now here, that cat. No. Here, this side, left side.
Left side on that cat.
Cat icon.
Okay, see recent activity update star as well. The last you have see, you can see the recent activity, right?
Yeah.
Click on that one. You have a pending review request. It says request you to review the pull request. Okay, add your review. Now you can review that same thing and you can review. You can click on add review and scroll down. No, that is a scroll down. Yes. Here you can see commit, approve, request changes. Also everything you can see. Now we can approve the changes. Second one, you can approve the changes. Mean to say yes, submit review. Okay, now pull request has been reviewed. So just refresh that once. Scroll down. Okay, review required. Add your review. Is still not updated, man. No, on the top. No, not there. Like here you have add your review, right?
Yeah.
You approved,
Add
right,
review
already?
in the below. Yes. Add your
Okay, fine.
review.
You just ignore that. I'll take care of it.
Already done, I think.
Okay, 1 second. I'll take it up from my side. Just give me a minute. Okay, just refresh the screen. So now, now you see changes approved. One approving review has done. A continuous integration has been answered. That is okay. This branch has no conflict with this thing. You can merge pull request. Confirm merge. So merge has been confirmed and merge has been done. Go to this. Go to the top. Okay, go to the main branch. Go to the code. Now the code is merged. Go to the code on the top. No, top left hand side corner. Okay, click on your main branch, just updated. You can see that 6 minutes ago updated has been there into the main branch. That is also Ashish has been approved this thing. So you can see the last line number 8, which is pull request that has been there into the main branch. So this is how it will, this is how I'll take my screenshot, buddy.
Okay, thank you.
So this is how, you sending a review request to your manager or like any other person. He going to review that one. And after reviewing only, he coming to you, say, yes, I've reviewed, and he can merge the changes. Now all the changes be into the different branches. This is the process you follow. This is the process you followed in the real time. Okay. Now you understand what is a merge? What is the pull request? What is the merge? Did you guys understand?
Yeah, so basically, Siva, the person who is going to review, he will only merge the changes, right? I thought
He can do
only
either. No, he can do or I can do. Here you have other options. See here in the settings also, you can send it in a review person, and when you add like like this branching access, right? So if you go to this, okay, sorry, if you go to the specific branching thing, right, repository settings, you have option to who can do merge, who can do approve your review, who can have like it will have a proper lot of settings. Okay.
okay.
Say suppose he can approve the changes, but he cannot merge the changes. See, restricted, who can push to the matching branches. If you click this thing, you can directly do, okay, only like so Ashish only can push that one. Amit cannot push. Now, as per this, only Ashish can do. Amit cannot do that.
Okay. Yeah.
Like this, you can set it up, restricted. You can do a lot of restrictions. Even if you go on like, enterprises up, like me to say, Bitbucket, that little restrictions wise, little bit more clearly it will mention like what you have to do, all those things. But this is the free version, right? Like it won't have much things. That's the reason I always you to create organization and go with that. So you will have multiple people. You can assign it to multiple people. And every time the other batches usually do, right? They'll created someone, take initiation. They'll create one branch and the remaining people will be added there, and they'll practice it like in a kind of thing. So they'll have like, they'll follow how restricted all those things. You're not going to do this thing activities to say, but you raise a pull request, all those things. But you will understand what happening in the background.
Okay.
Lock branch.
You can, it is only read only, it can be become a read only branch.
Okay. You can specify the specific user. You can read only. You can just like a checkout or not any kind of changes.
No, it's only read only for everyone.
Okay.
Okay, like this, you have like this thing. So here you can see this prevent merge commits from being pushed to the matching branches. So here it says like require linear history. What is mean by the linear history? Okay, what is mean by the linear history? Where is my git bash? Let me take it from here. So I use git log -1 line. Right now I can use, instead of git log one line, I can use graph as well. It shows like a graph to me. See here what it done. From here it went on this from this particular changes, it is again created one more changes, and again it has been merged here. So merge has been happened here in this particular branch. Like here text 2 has been created, and again these changes has been merged and committed here to this. Here you can see this future DevOps changes has been merged here. So this is the kind of way you will see like in the real time. See here, these are like a kind of changes. So here also merge conflict fixed. Whenever you see a line, separate line is being extracted, a separate line is being extracted, there you can see merge things. So when the merge has been happened, or when the new request, when the new committed is been created, a kind of these things you will see like graph like this thing. Now till now here I haven't done any merge, or I haven't done anything, so you're not able to see these things. But in the real time, you do a lot of like, you're not the only one person do, right? You will do a lot of people do, like a lot of changes has happened. Even you do a lot of testing, even yourself do a lot of commits or merging things has happened. So what it will, it will get a jumbling shapes. It won't like it won't give you like proper shape. You sometimes you get the git pull from like one branch, and you do this thing, that and all. You do a lot of activities, so your like graph will show us as a kind of different kind of things. So I don't want to have that kind of graphical disturbance on those things. So that what I want to see, when I'm merging the request, when I'm merging it from one branch to other branch, suppose I'm merging my changes from main branch to future branch. Okay, I have 10 commit IDs over there. Just consider I have 10 commit IDs over there. So when I do the merge, 10 commit IDs 10 commit IDs will be here into the future branch as well. 10 committees what are there in the future branches will also go to the master branch. Then again it will shows like this kind of jumbling order. So now I don't want to do all those things. I don't want to merge like all the 10 committees as a single as a like 10 commit IDs has been coming into the 10 commit IDs. I don't want to have that thing. What I want to have, I'm doing a merge to one branch to other branch, but that 10 commit IDs need to come as a one commit ID that is also kind of linear information. This is straight information. How can I do that one? That is called rebase. Rebase is also merge, but it will provide you linear history, linear commit history. Let me write it here. Git rebase is also merge with linear history. Okay, suppose if you're copying like let me write it is a merge, right? If you merge from main to future branches, in this main branch you have like suppose you have 10 commit IDs. Their future branches already have 5 commit IDs. After these changes, like my future branch have 15 commit IDs. Am I right?
Yes.
The same thing if I'm doing this instead of merge, right? If I do a rebase, it will have what are these 10 commit IDs? I'll bring it up as the one commit ID here to this particular main future branch. I don't want to have all the 10 commit IDs. All the 10 commit IDs, I can take it as a single shot. I can copy that as a one future branch here, so that like I don't want to have hundreds of commit IDs to come as like to make it up messy with my commit IDs. So I can't guess like where it is, all those things. Okay, so that is the reason. Now I can see, yes, there's one particular commit ID here happen that is also coming from the main. I go to the main. Okay, this commit ID here, I can able to say that commit ID is 10. I can backtrack easily. But when I'm showing here in the future branches, I can have only 6 commit IDs, which is easy to me to understand what happening on the background side. Okay, this is the only change. So here it is a merge. Here it is rebase. Does it make sense, guys? Any questions here?
What is better, rebase or merge is better?
Buddy, I'll tell you a simple thing. If you're using CLI, then only you do rebase or these things. I'm not using CLI. What is the use for me? We even rebase all those things.
Okay.
I don't use CLI, buddy. But they say like rebase is also there, but you can have a branch restricted. You can use the linear history. That's a show can linear history. But they configuring as I hear like in the recent changes, instead of merge pull request merge, they're also they're getting into the rebase as well.
Okay.
Any questions on the rebase concept?
So Shiva, like one time I have used rebase while pushing my code, and it was showing me like constantly rebasing from a branch. So why that happened, I don't understand that at that moment.
No, what it shows?
Like I had multiple branch, my own branch and the master branch, and I did git rebase. Then he asked me a branch name, I provided. Then it continuously shows me that it's rebasing to that branch.
Yes, it will do the rebasing. That's what I told. So you mean to say here it is merging, like see, rebase also merging only. You require 2 branches, so like you can't do merge with yourself, right? You have to do merge from one branch, like what are the branch you have and what are the merge branch you have to do. Like from where you want to, you have to merge with the source code. So now whatever here I'm doing, the backend merge is also merge and rebase both happen to the merge only. But here it provides the linear history. There it will get you like a lot of commit IDs. That is the only difference.
Okay, but anyways, if you are merging from the GitHub, like on the web application, rebase or merge is not required. There's just raise a pull request and merge from there.
Yeah, but now I could see, I as I hear it is also coming rebase as well. Rebase concept is also coming.
Shiva, then now you said like after you use rebase, you will only see 6 commit IDs. So what
Yes.
about the commit IDs of the main branch? Like, will it not be visible?
All the 10, right? All the 10, right? It will send it as a single shot to this. All commit IDs can become one commit ID and send it to the rebase here.
Oh, okay.
Can we see practically, Shiva? Is these
100%, madam. Let me go to the future branches. What do we have here?
DevOps.
Sorry. Let me show here Git. See here you have these things, right? Like this graph has been goes on here. Okay, now Git log, I'll use one line. How many commit IDs I have? Like text 2 added. I don't have text 6, all those things, right?
Yes.
Let me use Git tree base the main. How many I have now? What it done?
18.
What it done?
Text 6 has been added.
Text 6 has been added.
Text 2 added, updates applied, text 6 added, updates applied. Does it have all the commit IDs?
No.
Does it added all those things? What it done? It does it done the merge? It is done on merge only, right?
Mm.
Ultimately do the merge only, but what happened, you like when you do that rebase, it automatically do the merge, but it will show you that as a linear information. So now I'm not showing any linear information. Now how can I do that one? Either you can do like you can use like what you can have like what is the name, let me show you this thing. Well, I not getting one line command. Shows you anyway, I'll try to explain here. Okay, where is the graph? Yeah, in the graph, what you can see here, you can able to see all the changes as in this thing. But here, what it shows here, it shows like the path has been went out. Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, well, give me a minute. Let me do one more change. Okay, what it will do previously, see here, when it is when it committed, when a merging things has happened, it has been pointed to the new liner. Are you able to see this thing?
Yes.
But here, even that I have done merge only. But see here, it not shows anything in the like perspective of the merge. It is everything shows as a linear, like a single, like even you can point out to a single commit ID, or you can point it to this thing. You have to provide more options to put it up a single line commit ID. But these things will give you just like everything. It comes as a one linear, like it won't show. Usually, it should have to go bypass, like it should have to go to the separate branch, like separate like this. It has to show you, like it has to show you like this kind of things, like okay, it has to show like this one line has been going on out, and then it has to show that it has to be different branchings. But here it shows as a only like kind of, okay, these changes has been applied on this thing. Like when you do a commit ID, it shows like linear, like it will be there on that particular branch. It shows like that line as something. But when you do the merge, it won't show you like this thing. I forgot that one command to get you clarity. 1 second. I'll take a picture and I'll explain you. That may be easy. Okay, just consider this is a, okay, just consider this is the line I have. Okay, so now whatever I'm doing, suppose if I'm doing the merge from here, so just consider I'm doing the merge from here. So what it will do, so suppose if I created a branch separately here, it goes this branch, and after done I've done some changes, so this branch go here. And if you merge this branch to if you merge this branch to insert particular time, so it will come here, it will point it to here. Okay, in meanwhile, if you have like some changes as like, okay, I'll take red color. So here you have one changes, here you have two changes, here you have one changes, here you have changes. All these changes looks good. But if you use a rebase, what it will show you, it will show you, it will have everything like this same. Along with these changes, it won't show you like as a different changes. Here it will show you the changes. Okay, does it make sense to you? Everything comes as a this particular branch changes only. It will show that, it won't show you like, it went out and it comes out like this thing. And other option, what you have, other option, you can point out to like this thing. Sorry, this is my line. I have like a red lines. Directly it will show you these lines. It may have this yellow here, this may have yellow here. It won't show you anything here directly to show this commit ID here in this yellow. Just consider this is the kind of thing. This is the kind of thing. You have these changes. Here you have these changes. Here also you have these changes. Can you able to see what the changes you have here? It will have a graphical representations wise, you have a linear history. So here see, you have these changes here, these changes here, these changes here. Okay, but here you won't have the changes. Here you have the changes, you have these changes, here you have these changes. Can you able to see the differences between three pictures?
Yes.
What's the third one for?
Third one is
picture
also
for?
rebase, but it is an interactive, like there is some other options you have it that you call the interactive rebase.
Okay.
Rebase. Huh?
So Shiva, to
Rebase,
just summarize what you said, merge and rebase are basically the same. It will merge the data. So, but when
ultimately
it
the
comes to
backend it will do the same thing only. Merging is the only do thing it is, but it only help you to take it up the linear history. That's it. That is the only benefit.
only
Ultimately it
in
do
the
the
log,
merging.
only in the log aspect, what is happening is
Exactly.
if you go for merge, it is showing separate track for the feature branch. Whatever
Exactly.
changes you did in the feature branch, it is showing separately. But if you do
Exactly.
rebase, that transaction and this transaction will be purged and just one single
Linear.
log, or linearly it is showing. Is that
Exactly.
all?
Yes. There are also interactive rebase, like where you can merge it as a single point of thing. Like you can do that as an interactive as well. Okay.
Okay.
Suppose I have a similar manner here, the same scenario. I have I want to merge only one particular change. Suppose this is a 10. I have this is a future 5. I want to have only the future branches as only one particular change. Only one particular, like I have here, I have 10 commit IDs. I don't want to have 10 commit IDs into me this thing. I want to bring it up only. I want to have only one commit ID. I don't want all the 10 commit IDs. I want to have only one commit ID to be to the merge kind of thing. I don't want to merge all the commit IDs. I want to only merge the single commit ID. How you can do that? Use cherry pick. By using cherry pick, you can bring it up only one particular change. Suppose you have here 5 commit IDs. Along with the 5 commit IDs, you can use if you want to get main 5th commit ID, you can have a main 5. Then particular one specific commit ID. We have 10 commit IDs, right? Like here I have these many commit IDs. I don't want to go all these commit IDs. If I do the merge, it automatically merging all those things. Am I right? I don't want to merge all those things. I want to only have this particular commit ID. This particular commit ID I want to have. So how can I get that one? By using git cherry pick. It's a simple thing, git cherry pick. Commit ID. So it will only do merge that particular specific commit ID only. It won't do remaining things. Like even if you have hundreds of commit IDs, if you use the cherry pick, mean to say you have a bunch of cherries and you're specifically picking one cherry. Similarly, you have a bunch of commit IDs, you're picking only one commit ID. With that help of the bat, you can commit one, you can merge only one particular commit ID by using git cherry pick. Any questions on this thing?
Got it, Shiva.
It's very simple. It won't. If you want to do a single commit ID merge, use cherry pick. These are all very important to your interview. They'll ask, hey Shiva, I have like 10 commit IDs. I don't want to go with all the commit IDs. I want to have only one particular commit ID. How can I do that one? You can tell, you can use git cherry pick. By using git cherry pick, you can only merge, or you can merge only one specific commit ID that you can mention, and you can use git cherry pick commit ID. This is a syntax. You can provide that information, so that will be completed.
So Siva, in our case is, for example, main is our main branch, right? And DevOps is our local branch. And in DevOps, I have like 5 commits. And my main in my main, I would want to go only with only one commit, particular commit ID. In that case, we'll go for cherry pick in main.
Yeah. Just you have to be in the main, and you have to use git cherry pick, and you have to provide a specific commit ID from your DevOps branch.
So from the CLI, you have to switch to the main, and then just git cherry pick the commit ID from the commit ID of the DevOps branch.
Exactly.
Okay.
What I do here, what I do, I'll simply git reset. I'll do okay. Git reset to this particular changes, merge, like,
Shiva, when rebasing, where should you be? Should you be in the destination branch or should you be
no,
in the
you
feature?
always see which branch you want to merge. You have to be in that particular branch. If you want to copy the if you want to merge the changes from DevOps branch to main branch, you have to be in main branch. For the merge or for the rebase, if anything, you have to be wherever you want to have changes, you have to be in that particular branch. Okay, so here I selecting that, I'm pasting, I'm just removing this thing. I'll show you like I just done the clear. Okay, so here I can show you that. See how many changes here I have. My last change is 190.0040. If I check out to the Git, if I check out to the main, in my main branch, okay, it's like overwritten. This following untracked files working tree file should be overwritten by checkout. Okay, so just here it shows another use case for me. The following untracked working tree files would be overwritten by the checkout. Okay, please move or remove them before switching to the branches. It says like because it has been abandoned, like these are the abandoned kind of things. So what it says, like you have these files, text 1, 3, 6 and R is there. So now you have to do something, or like else you cannot do that, you cannot switch to your other branches. Now in these such cases, you can use git stashing. You can use git stashing to clear your working environments. See here, I'm checking out to the main, but it's not allowing me to do that. So now what I'm doing, git stash, I use git stash, a simple command, git stash, working tree. What is the working tree? Whatever the working tree I have now, all been saved into a stashing. What is like a git stash? I can use view. I've been, it's a sorry, git stash list, sorry. Git stash list is, this is a working tree for me, like whatever the current changes, whatever the changes I left over on there, I can copy, I can move that as one particular stash kind of thing. Stash can mean to say not to say recycle bin, there is a stash can, stash can. So suppose you have any leftover things, right? So if you have anything left over, you can copy, you can push that into that particular stash can. You can do that. That's the same way here also. If you're working tree, you have some files, but you're not ready to commit or you're not ready to do that files. So those files you can keep into your stashing. If I use git status here, I won't get that file. Okay, all are untracked files I can able to see, but now I can simply check out to the main branch. Error. Where these are the committed branches. 1 second. What is this one? 136. 1, 3, 6. I'll remove this 3. This is very okay. Git add. I'm doing the all. I'm just adding that thing. I simply I even it shows this as error because those are abandoned files, not regular files. These are abandoned because I've done the git reset, right? I done the git reset because to get here like a git log -1 line. I'll show you that. So here I have these many. Inside of these many, now I want to have a text6.txt. This is only one cherry pick I want to do. I just copy this branch. Okay. This is a particular thing. I copied this thing. And again, I'm checking out to the different branch here. I'm checking out this branch here. I check out this branch here. I can use git cherry pick. Cherry pick here. I can use the repository name. So your local changes would be overwritten by the cherry pick. It says, buddy, you already have some changes. Commit your changes or stash the changes to be processed. You say no, you have to you added something, right? Again, you added something again. I'm trying to do something. It says no. Whether you added all those things, let me now do the stash. Stash pop. Okay, let me do this stash now. Status. File has been returned. A new dot text me this and okay. Now I can use cherry pick as this thing. So it says from future to the DevOps, text 6 been added and date on this particular date, one file changed and one insertion. Now I can able to use like cherry pick like this thing. Okay, what is the error? It shows like I'll explain you now. What is the error? Like why it has been thrown an error for me. I'll show you. Okay, this is the way you can use your cherry pick. This is the way you can use this cherry pick. Now I've done something right, like I've done something like it shows some error and I was rectifying that error. What is that error? What those errors mean to say? Those errors, whatever you call, like those are like, untracked files. Untracked files, how these untracked files came by git reset. Untracked files came by git reset, so that system is not allowing me to change the branch because it says, buddy, you have some untracked files which is caused by your git reset, Now that untracked files do something and do an untracked files. I said okay. Now what I've done, I use git add here. Okay, I've done the git add. After that, now I'm just switching to the other branch. Now I can able to switch the other branch. I got that cherry pick commit, and again I'm trying to do git cherry pick. Then here also it thrown error. No, you have some files. Staged files are there and not allowed to do the cherry pick. It says, buddy, here you added some files. That files is already there in your staged. So now you cannot go proceed further because you have some files in your staged. So now in that case, what I have done to throw you the error, I've used git stash. Git stash. After the git stash, it went to the stashing. Now it cleared this working tree, and then I able to do git cherry picker. Okay, now whatever here you've done, this thing looks good. Now what is the stash and what is the stash and all these things? Stashing is usually used to save your working directory. Okay, stash can use as a to save your working directory. For example, you have something is writing your code, you're writing something in the code, but now you remember, right? Like when you say where is not creation is the matters, where you committed is the matters. Am I right? Did we saw that logic?
Yeah.
We saw that logic, right? Now where you creating is not matters, where you committing this matters. But here, after adding, I can do a commit. But commit is not my point. So I don't want to do commit here. I don't want to do commit here. But cherry, when I do the cherry pick, it's not allowing me. I don't want to do commit. I have to do cherry pick, but it's not allowing me to do that. So what I've done, I've cleared the environment by saving whatever the working tree now, whatever there in that, what are the untracked files or what are the what are the staged files I have. I just kept that as a save point of what I just removed all those things and I just saved into a stash can. I mean to say leftover things I can keep into the stash. So that's where I can store that one. And let me show you git stash list. Here I can see, sorry, stash. Here I can see, yes, you have one stash environment. That is work in progress of your future DevOps. This is a branch, you have one stash. Let me see what I have here in the stash. Subcommand was not specified. Push cannot be assumed to be unexpected. View. If you're not able to remember the command, use git stash --- help. So it will open a new window here. Say it says, oh, sorry, it is not view, it's a show. Okay, here say git stash list, git stash show, git stash pop, git stash stop. It has different things. I'm using the different command git stash show. So here it shows new text.txt, text2 is there, 2 files has been changed, 1 insertion and 1 deletion. These are the changes you are being into there, into your stashes. These are the changes has been there into your changes. Now what I've done, yes, now I want to have text2.txt and new text.document.txt, whatever this here. This one file got deleted. This is a file have been added. Now I want to bring these changes back to say. So suppose now if I use git status here, I don't have anything. Now I'm just using git stash pop. Mean to say I'm bringing my changes back. What is previous? It shows in the git status here. It says git status, nothing to be changed. But when I use a git stats pop, it says, buddy, you have one untracked file. You have one untracked file. Sorry, you have like both as this thing. The changes is not staged for the commit, and these changes has been committed. Sorry, these changes are staged. These are the changes is not staged for the commit. So you have this file is going to be deleted. This file has been there in the new test document. These are the 2 files has been over there. So these are the 2 some kind of transactions has been there applied on this thing. So now whatever the for time being, whatever the files I don't want to keep, I don't want to commit, I don't want to do something on that, I just push that into the stashing, and later whenever I'm ready, I can bring the changes back from the stashing. So this is only like, you know, like a kind of a save point. A kind of save point in between, like you have like some lengthy process, but you mid of that point you're doing the saving and you're keeping all those things over there. So similarly, I also doing the changes, what are the changes here, I'm just stashing there, and I'm later on I just bring it back by using git stash pop. Okay. Yes, git stash apply is also same. What is the difference between git apply and git pop? Git pop will do apply and delete as well. Git stash delete also it will do, but git apply won't do that, delete that. It will be there that, okay, stashing will also will be there. It won't remove the the stashing list actually. That is the only difference. Yes, sorry, someone is asking other question. Hello.
Siva, actually, you showed us the previously. I guess you showed the with the commit ID. We did the merge. Sorry, what was the command? Just can you just little bit go above? Hello, am I audible?
Sorry. Yeah, you're audible now. What is the current
With
thing?
the commit ID, you showed us, right? Can you just scroll up little bit? There, I wanted to see like we did the merge from main, from a commit ID from main to feature DevOps, right?
This is a cherry pick.
Yeah, cherry pick. Sorry, yeah. So there we don't have to mention the main as the
No, here we're mentioning the
branch.
commit ID. Commit ID is matters. It may come from the different branch. Commit ID is unique, right? Anyway, so we are like where you want to copy this commit ID. There, if you mention that, that is fine. So I want to bring
Okay.
that. I want to bring this commit ID changes into the future DevOps. So I'm into that branch and I run this command.
Okay. Okay. Understood. Thank you.
Sure, one more question here. So we do git cherry pick particular commit ID. If we do git pull here, it will pull all the changes from the main, right? That is the difference. Like we just pull the particular thing from the main here.
Yeah, see, like now, you know, I'm not specifically branch, it is a commit ID. If you have a 10 branches, it can be in any of the branch. It's not required to be main branch or something. It is only specifically pointed to that commit, where whatever the branch have that specific commit ID, and what are the changes in there, that particular commit ID been into the future DevOps, been merged into the future DevOps.
Okay. Now again, if you do git push from here, it will again send back that file to the main only, right? I'm just trying to understand that. So
no, it will send it to the future DevOps branch only. It won't send it to the main. If you do the git push, it will send it to the remote repositories.
Okay.
Okay, anything? It required you to practice, man. If you're practicing, then you will understand a few commands, because these are the commands, troubleshooting. These commands, whatever we do, we call these are the troubleshooting commands. So when you do the practice only, you will understand. Sometimes when you if you just in a blink of eye, command will be changing, you may lost the logic of that command. So when you do the practice, you will understand a lot of commit, like what is the exact purpose, and you will see these things. Because today, whatever we told, all these things we're not doing directly on the code. We are doing all these things for the troubleshooting. Okay. So that's the reason it may be you may have some kind of blurry thing on your mind. So you may not understand fully. I'm 100% sure on that one, because you have to do a lot of practice. Then only you'll understand, because these are the troubleshooting activities. Can give you clarity when you do the practice actually. So anything here? Anything in this? Let me write. Anything on the stashing?
It is stash show, right? Instead of view.
Sorry.
It's view or show.
Hey, again, I give. Sorry, man. Thank you. I don't know something. Yeah, it is show, man. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. Okay. You can, with this pop or apply command, you can bring this, what are the working directory changes you saved, that can be bring back by using either apply or by using the pop. Differences between the pop, once the changes has been bringing to back, but it won't delete the stash. Specifically, you have to use git stash delete, then only it will delete it. Thus, or else if you can use git pop, it will do, it will apply and delete both. That is the difference.
For pushing that file into stash, we are using git stash and
exactly git stash. No, git stash. That's it.
But you have to tell him what has to be stashed. Now, if we have 3 untracked files, all the 3 will go.
All 3 will go. That's what I told. It's a working directory. It will just show it will do the saving your working directory. It is not something like 1 file or 2 files or something. What are the files you have over there? It is staged files, right? Like all the files will be cleared from your working directory. What are the current files you have? All the files will goes out over there.
And what if we don't want, like, suppose there are 3 files and I just want only one, so that won't work here?
No, it won't. It is always go with the working directory, so it won't have any independent file things actually.
Just to add to her question, so in case if I just want to move one file, that time the other two I have to add to the staging area and commit it. So one will be untracked, that one I can stash. Is that how we do?
No, one, see, while doing that, kind of thing, it never worked on the untracked files. It is always worked on the staged file. That's the reason I've added the files, and like here, as I shown, right, I have staged the files because it never worked on the untracked files. It is always work on the staged files only. Like a staged files only, you either you can be bring it up you back to the untracked files, or you can bring it up to the commit ID. But you're not ready to commit ID, then only you're doing the stash.
Now let's say you have some untracked files. Will it allow you to merge?
No,
That's where we were
untracked files,
seeing this.
no, untracked files cannot be, it won't done anything, right? See, you have untracked files, like even if you change the other branch, it won't worry on that one.
Okay. Only staged, if it has something in staged and you have not done anything, that time it will stop you.
Yeah, why? Because see, if I shown you one case yesterday, yesterday means last session. Even I just said I have some staged files here. I went over there and I committed the files. What did happen? It went to the other branch. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I don't want to go to that particular branch.
You reset.
If I committed only, it will reset. I don't want to go to that as a different branch. I want to keep these files in my branch only, and I want to come later and I want to edit. Even I'm not ready for the commit that changes. Even by any other branch also, I'm not ready for the commit. That is the half of the code. Just consider half of the code. Okay, I'll ask you a few questions. Just answer me. So now you're doing some changes over there. Your changes are not completed. Okay. So, but you like stage the files, but you're not ready for the commit. You good with that?
Okay. Yeah.
So now there is other work you came. You went to the other branch. You just go switch it to the other branch, and there you have to commit the files. What happened? So you committed other files. If you switch it to other branch and you're committing some other files.
Okay.
What happened? Even previous stage files also will be committed here, right?
Yes.
That use case we saw already.
Yeah.
So now, I don't want to commit that files actually. I don't want to commit that files. I want to keep that files has been like that only.
Okay.
So that time I do the git stash. That time a working tree makes as a clear. And even if I move to the other branch, there I can commit the files. Now that time these files won't come to there. Do you remember
because,
that?
Yeah, the working tree becomes free, na? Because it's in
working
stash.
tree becomes as a clear, yes.
Okay.
You remember that use case, what I shown you?
Kind of like while merging, it was causing issue. That's what I remember.
No, let me show you. I think if you're not clear that, see, so now I have everything clear. Now what I'm doing here, I'm created a file. I created a new file.
Okay.
Okay, file 1.
This is under main, right?
This is under future branch.
Okay.
Okay.
Future Devops. Okay.
Now I have git status.
Yeah.
Text dot deleted. Okay. So it is a deleted file. Forget about this thing. Now we can see this is untracked file, right?
Yes.
Now I'm switching to the main branch.
Git checkout main. Okay.
Okay. Now what I'm doing, I am just adding the files here. Now where that file required to be in my, where that file 1 need to be there, whether it is in main branch or it is in future branch.
It's in future branch.
Main branch.
Main branch.
I create where I
Okay,
created
okay.
the
Got it,
where
got
I
it, got it.
created that
Yeah,
file.
Main branch.
No,
main
where I
branch.
created that file,
Feature branch.
but
Feature
where I
branch.
committed the file.
Main.
Man branch.
Main.
Even if you committed the file in the other branches, what it will happen, it will be like, even if you committed, like even the file has been there in particular thing, even if you committed it in the main branch, it will goes on that. So do you understand now? You still not understand, right?
No, from feature branch, how come it gets added to main branch? That I got confused.
That is a specific, see, where I committed the file is the matters. Where I'm not, where I added the file, where I created the file is not matters. Where I committed the file is matters. That's what the scenario I told it in the
Okay,
previous
okay,
session.
okay. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Yeah,
You
yeah,
understand
sure.
that question now?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
do you able to
Yeah, I
relativate
understood.
it? If you understand that question, now in my case, in my previous case, similar like file one I have here. Now even if I added the files in the future branches, I don't want to commit those branches to here. That's the reason I'm doing the git stash over there and coming and fixing these changes. Does it understand now?
Yeah, yeah. I got it. I got it.
Yeah, this is a use case, behind to overcome this use case, we are going on the git stash.
Git stash, because now let's say you have something in the feature branch that will come up because you did commit it, that which was in feature came off to main branch. It messed up your entire work. So
Exactly.
whatever by putting it in stash, you're putting that under review, and then later on you can work and get back and do the next. Got it. Got it. I understood.
Okay, so this use case I told it in previous session, so maybe you guys might be not remember that. So once you understand this use case, then your stashing will be easy for you. Okay, to overcome that issue only we are using git stash. So any other questions on the git stash? Git cherry pick, pull requests, reviewing pull requests, rising pull requests.
Shiva, can you summarize in one line the rebase part again, just to, I understood the cherry pick and
Simple
other.
thing, madam. Yeah, simple. Just rebase. What it will do? It will merge. Do you understand till that?
Yeah, yeah.
So, but what it will help you to do? The commit IDs, whatever the commit IDs if you get in a Git log, right? That will be getting messy. Like if you use the merge, it will get a messy.
Okay.
But if you use a Git rebase, it will give you liner history. That is the only change.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So
Understood.
functionality wise, it do the rebase. So whatever the functionality do the rebase, sorry, whatever the functionality rebase is do is a merge. Okay, it is equal to the merge only.
Okay. Okay, understood. Yeah.
So here, as I write here, git rebase, there is git rebase merge with linear history. Does it okay?
Yeah, yeah, Shiva. Yeah.
Murli Krishna has given a very good answer. Thank you, man. It's nice actually. Nice sense of humor, buddy. Any questions here?
No, as of now.
Yeah, so this is all Git concepts. Like we went on very these things, like a very nice discussion. So we went like we saw how to push the file, how to pull the file. We saw what is origin, and we saw like how to raise the pull request, how to get the approve the pull request, and how to get merged, how to do the branchings, like all these things we saw. Okay, so these are the major concepts of your Git. So you're going to do this. So don't think that Git is a DevOps tool something. Like it is a kind of a common tool for all the people. Even you are a developer, even your lead, whatever it is. See, you saw like some lead required to approve the changes. You're not doing any development. You're not using Git as a for coding basis. Still, you're required to do approve your changes. Am I right? So now you have to understand where is the pull request, what is the pull request, how you are getting the pull request, how you are approving these things you require to know, right?
Yes, of
So
course.
it's not something, like remaining tools may be useful or may not be useful, but Git is a common, either developer, either tester or whatever you are, like you're an architect, whatever you have, if you require to understand Git, it is a very basic thing. Like now for every software engineer, it's a basic thing, not a DevOps engineer, whether you're a cloud engineer, a database engineer, or even if you are a DB developer, whatever you are, you're required to have a Git knowledge. Okay. Yeah, yeah, completely you can see that, Sachin sir. Like here you can see this branch things. You have to see that. Here you can see how many branches you have here. You can click these branches. And here you can see these branches as well. As well, you can create a new branch here itself as well. And you can see here, like you can drop down how many branches you have, all these things you can see. So there are the multiple ways you can see here, like all these things.
So
Okay.
once we merge, then only it's visible in the
Yeah, if
in
you're
the.
local, if you created a branch in your local, and if you like not merge, if you do a push, then only it will get you, it will
Ah, I
visible
see.
to you.
Okay. Okay. Push. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. So any other questions? So like as I told, right, I'll take like another 10 minutes on the Git actions actually, but it's not in our this thing. Git actions is a kind of CI/CD pipeline. I mean to say, like you have to do multiple things. See like in the Git what you've done, everything you've done on the code basis only. Like you have some coding, like you have some Java files, you have some .NET files, you have something, and you've taken that code. But now GitHub actions is a kind of like they say build, test, and deploy your code. So this is what you do with CI/CD, like your Jenkins or like a Bamboo. There are different types of tools. With those tools, you can do build, test, and deploy your code. So they come up with a new concept called GitHub Actions. Here you can configure a kind of workflow. It will be created a workflow for you. So suppose you want to have a Java with Ant. No, you want to have a Java with Gradle. You have to publish Java packages with Maven. Just create a configure here. So see here, it created a .github, it created a workflow and Maven. Here you have to write a kind of this file actually, okay? Maven publish.ml. So here name, package, on, okay, on release types created. Like you have to write a kind of when this job need to be triggered, okay? Job, build. You have to write all these things like permissions, all these things. But what happened? These things only like you require, so you say like build, test, all those things, but the code is in like in remote repository. Okay, code is not in the local. I say I have in my local, I can have a Java, I can have Maven, I can have something, I can write it up those things. But you code is in GitHub where it is a remote repository. I mean to say you have a code base, you not have any other environment where you can run or where you can build or your code. So you require to have a kind of a base purpose, like you have to require a OS, or like you require. So suppose you want to install Java, you want to install Maven, so then only your code can run these things. So now how you get this those things? So here you have run on Ubuntu. You say yes, buddy. This thing need to be run on Ubuntu. Either you can provide it can be run on Windows. What it will do, and temporarily it will create a work environment for you as Ubuntu, and it will do the installations of Java. It will do the installations of your Maven, all those things. There you can have provide, say like see here actions. Check out this thing. Set up JDK. Now what? So now it is doing the setup of Java. Now like is setting up Maven. So like a build with Maven. You provided some Maven commands. So publish this thing like Maven deploy. We will go on that one. Okay. So this is how, what we have to do. You are creating like in stuff, you creating into the local environments. If you're going on like these things, you can directly create a work environment. I mean to say some kind of work environment, like where your code can run and where you can have a code and where your code can create a packages and it can be deployed wherever you want to have. All those things you can do here, but these all can be do on a temporary workspaces called GitHub Actions. Okay, so this is now like, see here, this is the kind of thing like setup. First, you're creating like this thing, setup environment, and then you're doing like setup JDK, and after JDK only you're uploading, like you're creating the packages, and then you're doing these things. This is what you have for these things. Like it will have entire thing, like to say it creating an environment. You have a platform or you have like some working workspace to do all these actions. Instead of your local computer, instead of some other servers, you are using Git specified workspaces to do your packages, all those things. Okay, maybe after coming up and after coming the Maven, you'll understand a little bit more on this thing. Does it make sense?
Okay.
So here they gave build things. They gave few things, and deployments also, where you want to keep your file, where you want to keep, where you want to do send your file later. You can deploy that to the Azure. You can deploy that to the web Azure Web Apps. You can deploy it to Amazon ECS. You can deploy it to the GKE, Kubernetes. You can deploy it to any Alibaba Cloud. You can deploy that to the Terraform. So you can deploy that into the multiple deployment environments. So, but all you require to do is set up on these things. Okay, it is a workflow setup you have to define. Say, okay, this is the code I have, and you have to build the package. Okay, you have to create the package. From that package, it has to go this particular place, and it required to be placed here. That all part, it will do it from here. This thing, it's a cheap and best solution for upcoming things actually. But security wise, this is the failed actually. That's the reason it not been useful. So like it's purely comes on the GitHub, purely like it comes as a GitHub kind of thing. Like if you're going on more on GitHub, you will have these things. Like some specific companies have a license of the GitHub and they use these things like for their environments.
Sure, Git Action is the demand right now more, or like Jenkins is phasing out?
No, this is a small thing, man. So no one is preferred this thing, but some companies, if they're doing some POCs, they want to have, it is a small company, they don't have budget. So they have a license for 10 people for GitHub. They can utilize these things. Not like companies won't use this thing.
So Jenkins still number one on this, right?
Yeah, Jenkins, like a 95% people utilize Jenkins only. 90% people utilize Jenkins only. Other than Jenkins, they use like Circle CI, they use Bamboo, like this. Bamboo, another 5 Team City, like another 3% Team City, and Bamboo. These are the after the Jenkins, Bamboo or Team City, like 5%, 3% kind of thing. Circle CI, all these things 1%, like kind of thing. So wherever you go, like you will get the Jenkins. Other than that, they have like a license for the Team City or these things. Very rarely you'll get like if you're working for the 10 projects, maybe there's a chance of like one project maybe get like a Team City or Bamboo.
In Jenkins, do we have that repository thing, like
Which one?
in Jenkins?
No, Jenkins, we will get this code actually. We will get this code into the local of Jenkins and we will run the Jenkins.
Okay.
No, wherever, even in Jenkins also you have workspaces. Here also you have workspaces. So it required a platform to run. See, if you have a Java code, it say, hey, Java code, can you run here? Mean to say it won't run. It required Java libraries to run. So it required to have a Java software. Then only it will run that packages, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. To install Java, where you are installing Java? If I'm installing Java in my local PC and if I ask you to run Java, will you do? So where you require the Java to run Java libraries to be run in your workspace where you're running all your code. You require to have a Java. Then only it can be goes. So, but they're creating a temporary workspaces for that temporary workspaces they're creating with this thing.
Okay. With these actions and Jenkins.
Exactly. Okay. So you have like a projects here, like there's a project option here. This project option, like, it help you to create how you have a Jira, right? How you have a Jira to say like you're creating a task and you this task will be there. All these kind of things, can be created like similar manner, like, team, and you can assign any kind of things. All those things you can keep here with these things. You can create a project wiki. You can create it like a wiki for your pages. You can provide repositories like road maps of your project, anything. If you want to keep it up the further information of your this thing, you can provide these things. And security also you have, and security say like policies, security policies you can enable the security advisors. And nowadays it comes like a code basis security level. Like suppose if you want to secure like your code, like some and vulnerabilities, all those things, it can be disabled here. You can check that directly code. Suppose what is kind of what, just an example for thing, I'm using a kind of third party URL. Again, in my code, I'm using a third-party URL. I don't know like whether that third-party URL is secure or not. So how can I get that one? If you required, like if you run the scanning of your code, it check the vulnerability. Like if you're running a third-party, it won't allow you to say like yes, it is a vulnerability kind of thing. How you can get that kind of things? Here you can have a private vulnerability reporting. You have that it can be enabled. The code scanning alerts you can do. All those things you can do with the security things. These are all coming as a free from these things, like a free from GitHub actually. So you can write some insights, mean to say how many pull requests you have, how much code dependency you have, like how many closed issues you have, how many core issues you have, how much traffic, how much like a code frequencies, all those things you can see in the graph kind of things. Here you have a setting options. So you can see like what kind of settings you have, like branches, rules, actions, webhooks. Like webhooks is one we go with Jenkins. And any environment you have, any pages you have, any keys you have, any security and analysis tools you integrated. So these are all can be like these are all can be you can see the settings of those things from repository settings. This is purely, remember, this is purely repository setting. It's not integrated with other repository. This is purely for this repository where you have here like your user access, mean to say your user permissions. Here also you can see the settings. These are all entire your GitHub access kind of things. Okay, building plans, email, password authentications, keys, repositories, code spaces, security logs, these kind of things. These are purely like from your account level. Okay, any other questions here? So okay, so we'll take a break and come after comes like we will go on the Maven. Okay, we'll start Maven.
Yeah. Will you be showing like Git GUI also?
Git GUI, yep, definitely we can see Git GUI. So suppose here I can open the Git GUI. So this is the Git GUI. Here you have like what is the unstaged changes, staged changes. Here you can see this kind of things. Like if you can explore working copy, you can have all those things here. Okay, here you can have a branches, check out, create any branches you can have. You can do this. And if you want to commit some changes, you can do commits. You can do like, amend the last commit ID. You can do rescan. You can do stage to commit. You can do, and stage changer file to be committed. You can do like unstage to commit. You can do revert the changes also. You can do like this, all options. You have merge here, local merge, and remote
Shiva,
also.
what is rescan?
It will like a git status kind of thing. Just like you have some code. If the code is not being refreshed, the kind of thing, you just rescan that code. So this git UI will rescan entire repository once. You have some edit options as well, and you have some tools as well. You can add any tools if you want. You can add any tool specific. If you have like any tool command, if you want to add, you can add these things as well. Okay, same thing, but they gave here like a kind of GUI kind of things.
So what is the difference between the bash and the GUI? Like whatever you are shown in the bash, whether it is present in the GUI also? Like,
yeah, that's what I told. Like whatever you have over there, you see here, you can create a branch, you can check out a branch, you can rename, you can delete the branch. So whatever you tried it on the GitHub, whatever you have, right? Like whatever you done over there, like it not it not all the kind of things. It have a limited futures to say.
like what is the difference? Like what it doesn't have? Like what it doesn't have. Example, just one or two examples.
No, sir, like it will only give you like limited options, sir. But your Git bash have a like lot of troubleshooting things you can do with the command line tool, sir.
This in the real time, whether they'll be using the bash or the GUI.
No, most probably so most probably we use Git. See, it's depend on like they have some third-party tools also. Like I saw like some kind of people have some third-party tools specifically on the GUI kind of thing. But I never worked on any GUI, sir. Like most of the times, 100 to 100% I use Git bash only, because there I can have like some flexibility to take it up actions on my code.
Okay. What third-party tools like? Is it?
I hear that. I don't know even I'm not remember, like I'm not sure like what those things.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not sure like kind of the tools, but I hear like some kind of tools they have like kind of these things. Source tree is one of the tools, like we use like some. I saw some people use source tree. Source tree. Actually, source tree. It is the one tool where it is a kind of GUI.
Okay. Okay.
Git GUI for Mac and Windows. Like it will see here this. It will show you like the same thing, how you have history, branches, bookmarks, all these things. It will show you here. You can download for free on these things.
Okay.
But like I'm not that much comfortable. I never use it GUI kind of thing. No, I told right, like most of the like I can if I'm a developer, I use CLI. If I'm a kind of manager, I go with GitHub. I won't require to come into the CLI kind of thing. So, but some people like they use. I saw some people using source tree, sir.
Okay. Okay.
But I never know. I never tried this thing. I'm not sure on this thing, but I saw 1-2 people use that. Like maybe they might be used there in the project purpose or some kind of situations they may occur. I'm not sure on that one.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. We'll take a break and we'll be back. Hey guys, I'm back.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll start. So now the other topic is Maven. What is this Maven? So Maven is a build tool. Let me. Am I sharing my screen? I'm not. I hope not. Right?
Yeah, not.
Okay. Thank you. This is a build tool. What we call it as a build tool. So Maven is a build tool. Basically, it's a Java-based build tool. To say like even more specifically, it is a Java-based build tool. What is nothing but a build? Okay, what is nothing but a build? Or if you're doing a build, what it has been happening. So that is the ultimate case why we have to do this build tool. So this build tool will help us to create packages. Okay, will help us to create a packages. What is meant by the package? What is meant by the package? Suppose like if I say I have a I have a package, maybe I can no I can do anything on there. Suppose I have an item to courier. I have to create a package. Like I have to create a box. If I have 2-3 items, I have to properly configure that. I properly keep it that, and I have to create a package. If I thrown all those things into a kind of a box or something, it will clumsy. I have to create a kind of a properly organized kind of package. Then I can utilize more and more. So, and even that, it required to have like a certain work, certain process to, set it up that in a properly organized kind of things. So it's like similar kind of things. So suppose chips packet, you have a chips package. You go to the lace packet, right? What is the lace packet? Packet which contains multiple lace chips. That is called a package. A similar manner, here also you're containing more of different items. Okay, so but this is a build tool, purely comes as a Java based kind of thing, and it is by Apache. It is come by Apache company. So if you see Apache, even Tomcat is also from there. This is Apache. HTTP is also like there they have. So this is Apache as a company where Maven is one of their this thing. Okay, let me write Apache Maven directly. Look, this is a Maven. This is a product from Apache. Okay, so it's a software project management and comprehensive tool based on the concepts of POM. Maven can manage the project's build and reporting and documentation from the central pieces of information. So it is doing a lot of things like other than the building. But our perspective, we are learning it from the build perspective. Like it says, it is a kind of creation of project builds, manage the project builds actually. So what it will do, what is the kind of say, as I told, package, right? If it required to do a package, I said it required to be in if you're required to create a package, you require to have a kind of process flow required. I mean to say, okay, you all small can be in the top, or kind of you creating within a process. It required in a process, right? That kind of a process, what kind of process Maven use? Maven use a process called pom.xml. Maven is a concept called pom.x, this thing, project object management. Project management model. Sorry, model. So it's a project object model. So this project object model will tell you like what you have to have in the package and how you have to create the package, and what contains, like what is the name of the packet, and what kind of chips either you're going on the tomato chips or doing on pudina chips, a kind of what you what it required to contains in this package. So what kind of package, so all those things like related to this package, you're providing all the details into this pom.xml. Okay, so this is our main thing, like Java source code. Like if you come to the Java source code, so like if it is a Maven, like if you say it is a Maven based source code, it required to have a pom.xml. Without pom.xml, you can't get like you cannot get these things, because suppose if it is a microservice architecture, it required to have every service will require to have a pom.xml. This pom.xml contains each and every information related to information for this thing. Suppose your code has been having some dependencies, say like suppose your code have some kind of version, like you're looking on some newer versions. So suppose there is a new version, new feature came in the specific version, and you are using that thing. If you're using a Maven, it maybe have like older versions. It may can possible to get a older version. You have to give a dependency, say it need to be run on this particular version only, or it can be run on this specific version. You can say like some dependencies like this thing, or you can provide it like kind of say, okay, suppose you're running on something like it required to have a plugins. Why I require a plugin? So Maven is a like kind of as a tool, right? It can be configured with multiple other options, other tools as well. So suppose like I want to connect to the JUnit, I can do that JUnit. If I want to connect it to the Sonar Cube, I can connect to the Sonar Cube. Like I can configure this thing with my Maven with other tools. So if I require to configure other tools, how can I get those tools? How can I configure the other tools? By using a kind of a option called plugin. An option called plugin. So that plugin required to be compatible with your Maven. Okay, that plugin required to be compatible with Maven. So these are all kind of things, like any dependencies you have, any plugins you required, because pom.xml will mention what kind of things, because Maven is a very big kind of thing, like a kind of big tool. So if you just ignore, if you invoke everything, it becomes a very vast tool into your local. You don't want that. So what we want to go, we only invoke whatever we want for our code need to be run. Suppose if my code need to be run, I want to have a JUnit. If my code required to run, I want to have like Sonar Cube. So like this, I have to mention all those things. And even I may require some dependency libraries, some kind of structs. Suppose I'm using servlets. Servlets is a very old concept. Okay, I'm using servlets. Servlets is very old concept. I required to get download servlet related packages, servlet related libraries, all those things. Where I can get this? Okay, how can I get those things? Even if you say some plugins, if I have some kind of libraries, all those things, where we can get? We will get it from Maven central repository. We'll get it from the Maven central repository. Maven maintain a central repository. See here, this is a Maven central repository. In this Maven central repository, okay, this is the Maven central repository. Have like everything like related to your Maven. So if pom.xml, like repository managers, private data, if you have independent repositories, so it will have like all this. This is central repository. So project dedicated string repositories, project for just with all these things. If you have anything, that will be get from your central repository. Okay, so you're not required to worry, like I don't mind like what will be there in my central repository, or I don't mind like whatever it is. But what I require to have, I require to maintain what kind of options, what kind of plugins, what kind of features I have to included into my pom.xml. Okay, pom.xml is purely developer role. you're not required to worry on that one. Developers will create this thing because this is the first thing you have to create when you're starting a development. Without pom.xml, you won't start your development activity. So but developers has to have this thing mandatorily. They have to have. Without pom.xml, they won't start their actual development activity. The day when they started about the coding, the first thing they have to create a pom.xml. From the pom.xml only, they're do the modifications based on their code, based on their dependencies, based on their plugins. They'll modify the code, and while giving the code, they'll keep this pom.xml also along with the code. They have to maintain that as a they have to maintain the pom.xml along with the source code. If they're not maintaining it, you cannot build anything. You're required to have a pom.xml, and you're required to run the code on where you have a pom.xml. Okay, you're required to run your code where you have a pom.xml. So that is a very mandatory. You're required to run your code only when you have where you have a pom.xml. Okay, so how pom.xml can be created? Pom.xml can be created by using Maven archetype. Okay, by using Maven archetype, you can create a pom.xml. So pom.xml contains like different sections or stages or like components. You can call anything. It will have some kind of sections. Okay, a few things are mandatory, few things are optional, few things are add-ons. Anything like you can do that. So first I'll take it up first section. Section 1. Section 1 contains 4 informations. It will have 4 components. Component 1. Okay, so it is what do you have like Artifactory. Package type. Let me show you, it will be easy for you to understand. So these are the first 4 sections. If you see here, line number 5, 6, 7, 8, these are the this is mandatory section. So what it will contains? It contains group ID. It contains artifact ID. Even it can say like artifact ID. You can see here it is artifact ID. Like I'll tell you like what is artifactory and what is artifact ID. And you have packaging, or packaging type, or package, or you can have like a version. Like this thing, you can have, I can say R. Okay, you can create it like you have to provide these options. What is these options? Artifactory, first thing is group ID. Group ID, nothing but like a project name. Project name. Artifact ID mean to say a specific package name. Why can't I say like a package ID? Why I have to tell it as an artifact ID? In terms of Maven, you cannot call that as a package. You cannot call that as a package. You have to call that as the artifacts. You are generating an artifacts. Mean to say you're generating the packages in very normal terminology. We call it as a you building the package. Okay, in terms of Maven, we have to tell that as building the artifacts. You're building the artifacts, nothing but a package only. Okay, packaging type are like packaging name. Either it can be var or jar or kind of these things. What are these var or jar kind of things? These are the package types actually. If it is a Java, you will have jar file or var file or EAR file. If it is a .NET, you will have .exe or .dll or .msi. So there are the different types of executables you have. Suppose you have a package, you're creating a package. how the package can be executable, how the package can be executable. The package can be executable by within any executables things. So these are the types of packages we have. These are the types of packages we have with our pom.xml, like with these kind of technologies we have. Okay. So we may like if you're going on the Java, you can create it. You can create it like these things like either you can create a jar package or you created a var package, you created a year package. If you're working on the .NET, you can creating a .exe, .dll, .msi, a kind of these kind of things you can create it there. Okay. Okay, you can create it these things. And now, suppose I'm going on the Java. So now I have to create a Java, like I have to create a Java executable thing. So I say, what is the group ID mean to say, what is the project name? What is the artifact ID? What is the package name? Either it is a packaging name with a jar or var kind of thing, or it is a version, what kind of version you are going on. So suppose you are going on v.1, v.2, what kind of version you're going on your code basis. So based on your code, you're creating a version on your this thing, you can mention that one. Okay, so that is also you have in the versions also usually they maintain release version as snapshot version. 1.1 release, 1.1 snapshot, you will see like this kind of codes. Okay, this is a section 1. And if you see section 2, you have your dependency section. In this dependency section, you maintain like some dependency, say like as I told, I require to have some JUnit specific version. I require to have servlets. I require to have Sonar Cube. I require to have this thing. I require to have that tool. So these tools I have to say, yes, this tool also a specific version. Say suppose I'm required to have JUnit from 4.5 only. Other than the 4.5, below 4.5, I don't want to utilize for my these things. The new feature was not enabled in the blower version, so I can't utilize that. So those things you can mention here in your dependency section. All what are the dependencies you have to this particular your code, you have to mention all those things here in this dependency section. Okay, next is plugin section. So then, as I told, right, like suppose you're going on the JUnit, so that is okay. Like if you're going on the Solets, if you're going on the Sonar Cube, so these are the kind of third-party tools I'm going on. Either you're going on Jakaku, like there are plenty of tools you have. So if you're going on the third-party tool, how are you going to invoke that third-party tool with your Maven? How are you going to configure that? So first you have to extract that as a plugin. So you have to write what kind of plugin you want to have. Suppose I want to have a Sonar Cube. You write Sonar Cube plugin here. Then that plugin can be get it from Maven Central Repository, and the dependency also, whatever the dependency you provided to that can be taken, and that plugin can be utilized with your Maven code. Okay, so these are the types of sections you have to provide here. All related to your plugins, you have to provide these details here. Okay, next is optional stuff, like it's an optional thing. So next is optional kind of thing, but you can call distributed management. This distributed management, suppose I'm creating my package in local. Okay, I'm creating a package in my local. Now where I can place this package, where I can deploy this package. Okay, where I can do deploy of this package. If I want to do deploy of the package somewhere, I have to mention that kind of configuration here in this deployment manage section. In this section, I have to mention distribution thing, like where it has to be distributed. This where this package, like what are the packages it is been generated from the Maven, where this has to be deployed. That specific details you have to provide here. And also you have like properties, as I told, it is optional, right? Sometimes like you have property section, you have profiling section, you have like these are all properties optional. Profiling is a kind of add-on. If you want, you can do a profiling kind of thing. So like this you will have a different items you have for your pom.xml. So but pom.xml creation is not at all our responsibility. We don't have zero dependency with pom.xml. Okay, DevOps engineer have a zero dependency with pom.xml. Not even I can say zero, it is minus dependency only, because every developer is very much required to create. Every developer, the first step they created, like first thing they have to create pom.xml before writing the code. They can't write the code without pom.xml. Okay, they'll get to the pom.xml, all those things. If we want to generate a pom.xml, I can show you that, how we can generating a pom.xml for your references, but you just keep it up, like, keep it up as your knowledge.
So Shiva, what
Yes,
is the
sir.
main role for DevOps engineer or somebody who is with DevOps with Maven? You're not using mostly
Yes, sir. Like we will.
pom.xml.
No, these all comes with a code basis, sir. Like these all comes as a code basis. So once we have this code basis, right? Like what we do, right? We integrating this Maven to the Jenkins pipeline is one of our responsibilities, sir.
Okay, so it is not compulsory to know in and out of Maven, or we have
No,
to be expert.
no. It's like it's only for the knowledge purpose. Like say,
Okay,
like
okay.
if you're not 100%, you're not required Maven in and out. But like you are configuring your Maven. If you're configuring your Maven, you have to know what's happening. Okay.
Okay, thanks you.
And also you provided we have a Maven lifecycle, sir. That is also one of the other item we have. So that lifecycles is one of, like you are like supporting, you are guiding application team what kind of lifecycle you have to utilize. Okay, you're guiding your application team because you have to configure the Maven to your Jenkins. If you're not known what kind of lifecycle you have to use, there is like, it get clumsy. So you have to aware like what lifecycle you have to say. If your lifecycle has been happening, suppose they provided some plugin, you're getting throwing in a some kind of plugin error. So how are you resolving that if you don't know what plugins you have out there? So you only kind of knowledge purpose you're doing all these things. But writing this code, maintaining this file is zero dependency with us. Any questions, sir?
Other than Maven, what other tools are there being used equivalent to this, Shiva?
Based on your code, buddy. Like if you're going on like a .NET, you're using like MS Build.
Okay.
That is also another MS Build is you have. That is also equivalent to this thing. But it's based on that coding purpose. So based on what kind of coding you want to have, like you based on that only you're going on the build tool.
Okay.
What is plugin?
Plugin, you're asking about the plugin, right?
Yes, yes.
So if you want to configure any new tool with Maven, you creating that as a plugin. You configure that tool with the plugin thing only. So suppose if you have like if you want to some plugins kind of thing, like let me show. So if you want to configure your Java docs, this is also one kind of a plugin. If you want to configure, like let me tell you very easy kind of thing. Suppose even if you want to integrate your SCM, so source code management commands to your current project, so you're required to have a kind of plugin. How you have a plugin, like you require to have a Sonar plugins, a testing tool plugins. If you're required to have a testing tool plugins, if required, there are like plenty of plugins you have to be integrated with your Maven. Source code, where is this distributed management plugins, CAE? Yeah. The different types of modules you have, dependencies used in these modules you have, and JUnit is one kind of a plugin. Like you use JUnit, sir, for the testing, unit testing. Maven is support for the JUnit, like it comes as a TTD, test-driven deployment approach. So that JUnit, you have to have a plugin for the JUnit. So for the JUnit, you require to have 4.1 JUnit plugin for executing your test cases. Does it make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, here you can see this types of plugins. You have a lot of plugins actually. Okay.
Okay.
So like before going on, we will download this installation. Before Maven, right? Like you require to have a dependency with the Java. So without Java, Maven cannot work because Maven purely runs on the Java builds only. So you require to install Java. Let me give you the link how to install Java. So you go here, like I hope you are aware, like Oracle has been acquired, like, this Java. So here you have Java, these things. You can get like Java 17 is they gave, like you can get it from like whatever the package you want to have. You can download based on your these things. You can download what kind of package you want to have. So either you can use.
So how do you know that Java is installed in my laptop or not? That will
Just
with that.
go to the command.
Okay.
Just execute Java here. You're getting some kind of these things. It is mean to say Java has been executed. Java has been there.
I think Java C command is.
Yeah, like even Java C also. Java C is a kind of compiler.
Yes. So you can check the Java is installed in your system or not.
You can use Java version.
Okay.
Java C is like a compiler thing. Like that is a different actually. Okay, so I'm using Java version as 11. If you can use like Java 17, 19 based on your usage, you can utilize whatever you want to have. You can download Java 17. You can use Java 11. You can use Java 8 also. Like these are all you can you can utilize whatever the type of your package you want to have. You can download from here. I'll give Java SE glance. So here you can download Java and you can install Java. So once you install Java, it will be installed into your program files. Here, let me show you. You have to make sure that your program files have a Java folder. Okay, this is a Java folder which I have been here, and this is the Java version. If you go to the inside of that Java, you have what are the JDK like JDK means to say Java development kit, sir. Like it will have entire Java related kind of things. So this Java I'm using 11.11.6 here. And if you go inside of this thing, you will have a bin configs, all those things related to these things. It will be there. Okay. Once you install Java, as I said, like if you use the Java version, it will get you. But if you use the Java C, you won't get this thing. Why? So when you're running a Java program, one second. So how many of you know, how many of you know Java is a programming language? What is mean by the programming language? What is the what is the mean of the programming language? We have some script, suppose we have some scripting tools as well. We have some programming languages, we have some kind of markup languages, we have some kind of scripting languages. What is the differences between all those things? Anyone can help me?
The programming means a set of instruction that follows a kind of task.
Okay.
And scripting means a set of command which follows certain types of tasks. Combination of commands.
Okay. Anything? Anyone?
Like to automate some kind of
No, sir. Programming is language is nothing but you written into the human understandable language, which will be converting into the machine language, machine understandable language. Every programming language need to be converted into the machine understandable format. Okay, what is this like? This is what you call a compilation. This is what you do, compilation. If you compile your source code, if you compile any programming language, every programming language required a compiler. Okay, what compiler? This compiler will help you, like, to create your programming language, like what are the programs you written in human understandable format to be converted into the machine understandable format. Okay, suppose for Java, just Java is a programming language. If you convert this Java, like if it is a program as .java, while you're saving the source code, you save like it as .java. When you do compile, it will create a class files. These class files are like purely human like a machine understandable. Okay, it's a machine understandable formats. This is what the compile. If you're required to compile, this compilation will tell you, like, say, this compilation will have a set of instructions and some kind of libraries. You require some kind of libraries, all those things you require to compile the source code. So those are all, comes from the set of instructions as told, like you require some kind of libraries to make sure that, the compilation required to be happen. So it requires some kind of libraries. All those things, it can be all those things can be maintained your Java, like once you whatever the installation here, right? You have all those kind of things here. Here, these are the, like, if you see here, this is the DLL, which is related to the Windows based kind of things. These are the kind of, plugins, or like you can say libraries. You can tell many things. All those things is, set it up your compilation. So these are the things is required for your compiler. So compiler required to have these many dependencies, these many libraries, all those things, then only your compiler can work on that. Okay. So now what we are doing here, like we are creating like a Java files, like programming language, some programs. We're doing the compilation. It will creating a machine understandable formats. Okay. So this is what we are doing actually. Okay, so these are we are doing. So if I'm required to create a compiler, Java have a compiler called Java C, Java compiler, that is called Java compiler. Okay, so now my Java compiler is installed in Windows, and it is presented in specifically in Windows specific path only. So but wherever I want to utilize the Java C, wherever I suppose I want to run this some specific folder, I can't run because my Java C libraries are specifically presented in one kind of particular path in C and program files and Java in JDK version, not in everywhere. How can I make that,
जाना सो जाना बच्ची बेटा जल्दी यार क्या हो गया
Okay, so how can I maintain that as accessible to entire your machine?
Me.
Okay, how can I make sure that my compiler can run anywhere? How can I do that setup? If I require to do that setup, I have to set it in environmental variables. So I have to set it as this compiler as an environmental variable to the system level, so that whatever wherever you run my compiler, it can be run as it can run as the same, like it will invoke that libraries, because I'm setting that as you can utilize this as the entire related to entire system by setting up an environmental variable. How can I set an environmental variable? So here, if you go to this CD, like here, you have like just enter env. Here you'll get two types of envs. One is system environmental variables, other environmental variables for your account. This is a system level. So suppose like if it is a personal PC, you can configure as a system level. It is an account level. I mean to say, suppose if you're your office laptops, you can't do it as a system level. You can do it only your account level. So such kind of things you can use account level. If it is your own PC, you can utilize as a environmental variable level. Anything is good. Okay, so but now this is my personal PC. I'm going on the system level environmental variable. Here I'm clicking this thing. So once I click this thing here, I get it as environmental variables. Here, this option, I got it as environmental variables. I'm clicking from here on the environmental variables. So here, like this is my PC level, this is my account level, Sivaswamy is my account level, and these are the system level. So now here, this is the options I enabled. So now I have to go here and I have to set it up the path for my Java compiler. Okay, how I have to set it up a path to my Java compiler. So if I require to set it up my Java compiler path as environmental variable, first I have to set my Java path. That Java path, I call it as Java_home. Here I'm mentioning my Java path where my Java installed. Okay, where my Java installed. Suppose my Java is installed here in this thing, in this particular file. This is my Java. Okay, this is my Java. I can copy this wherever I have this bin files and all. I copy this thing. This is I can call a Java home, and I can say I go here and I go to the environmental variable. I create a new here. I say Java home here. I write it as Java_home, and I copy the variable here. I copy the variable here and I can set it as OK. Once I set it up OK, see here, you can see that it makes an entry Java_home as this particular path. This is Java path I set it up. Now my Java path has been set it up. Now I have to set the path for my Java compiler, because my compiler set it up only in the specific path location, which is in C program files in Java, this kind of things. Now, how can I do that one? So if you require to do that as an every level, you have to set it up that you have to add the same path into your path. Here you have a path section. In this path section, you go to the edit, and here you have to add. If it is Windows 7, you have like a kind of table wise. This is a Windows 7, like Windows 10 and all, you have a table wise. So there you can add, or you can create a new kind of thing. It is a Windows 7, you have this option. So here you have to add this library. Where is my Java C is been present? My Java C is present in the bin library. So now I have to take it like path from the bin. Okay, I have to take the path from the bin. Here I have to say Java C path. Here I'm saying that with the bin. Okay, with the bin I'm taking, and I'm updating here as this thing. Like here I'm updating this path here as the bin inside of a path entry. Okay, this is a path entry. I'm updated my Java bin path. Okay, so after that you have to close any terminal open. You have to close all the terminal and try to enter Java C. If you enter the Java C anywhere, wherever you take, like you can take a command prompt in any place and try to enter Java C. That Java C required to provide some kind of instructions, like it's not say Java C cannot be find something. That means to say you're not properly configured your environmental variables for that one. Why we require to do is set up environmental variables to make availability of Java and Java compiler in any of the location wherever I can run my programs. Oh, any questions here? Okay, so after so Java C is a compiler where it has been set it up. Java C has been set it up inside of my bin folder. So now I'm taking along with the bin folder. These are my compilers, like a core. These are the kind of compilers I have to take from the bin, and I have to go to this env, same like I'm going on the env. I'm going on the system here. Here you have a path entry. So like you have an entry for path. There is a specific entry called path. Here you have to go to the path. You have to edit that, and have to add this your Java, like your Java C path, which contains the bin folder. Have to update here and click OK. This is a Java C path. You have to set it up. Okay. So once you have, you can download Mevan. How to download Mevan? You have to go to the same Mevan. You have to go to the Mevan here, and you can use download here. Here Mevan is a purely binary based package. So Mevan is not required to have the .x installation kind of thing. It's a simple binary thing. So if you go here, you will have like different types of things. It is a binary. You directly install using like a binary thing, 3.1 zip. It is a Windows 1 zip. Remaining things are like, checksums or signatures, these different things. But you're going on the zip archive. That is from here, you have to download this thing. Okay, I have to download this thing. I'm just highlighting this thing. I have to download this thing. It is a zip, and you have to unzip here. So once you unzip, you can place into the any folder wherever you want to have. You can place. So I just placed here as a Mevan. Okay, so I just unzip that one, and I kept that as in this folder. Here I have this thing. I have to copy this thing again, a similar manner. What I've done, I have to copy this thing and I have to add a Maven home as well. So here I have to write Maven in the short. I'm writing as MVN underscore home. Same thing. And also I have to update. I'm not required to update thing like Maven again, like, you can set it up these things. You're not required to add a Maven path. Also, you can add Maven path also. Here you have a Maven bin. You copy this folder also. You can update into the path. The path you have to update this thing. Okay, along with bin, these two entries you're required to do for Java home and Maven home. You have to do, and Java C, for the entry of Java C, you're taking the bin. Here also you have to take the Maven bin. Both you have to execute. Both you have to be set it up as environmental variables in your personal laptop or like office laptop. Like if it is office laptop, you have to use environmental variables specifically for account. If it is a personal laptop, set it up as environmental variables with a system level. Okay, these are the two setups. So how you can confirm whether it has been added or not? How you confirm like how you can confirm Maven has been set up the path correctly? Use MVN -- version. So once you enter here, it require Maven required to execute. See here, Apache Maven 3.84, and see Java home, it says Java Maven home, and Java version also it has to mention, and Java runtime it has been there. This is my Java path, which is Java home. I set it up. This is my Java path. So it gave me all the details related to my Java and Maven. So if you not have these things, like if you not have that configuration, mean to say the Java Maven has been not properly configured, and I have to reconfigure it properly. Then only you can execute that. So any questions?
Siva, are we going to use Maven and Java in our further sessions?
Yep, like we are setting up the Maven, and even for the Jenkins and all, we're required to do configure
Okay.
these tools and all. Without these things, you not get the package.
Okay, thank you.
So now my Maven is also there. So now what I have to use, as I told, I have to create a pom.xml. So I have to create a pom.xml. So what I take a new folder here. I'm just going on this thing. I'm going on here. I'm just creating a new folder here. Like I'm just creating a new folder called Maven. In this folder, I'm going here. I'm just giving a right click, or else I'm using a command prompt here. The same Maven I just created. Here I have to use MVN archetype generate. Archetype. I have to use MVN archetype generate. Once I enter this thing, it will execute all those things, whatever related to archetype, it will execute. It will ask me like so it scan for any projects. If you have, it will scan that, and you don't have anything. So it see like this is also archetype is also one kind of plugin. Okay, so here you can see archetype plugin 3.2.1 version. It is a standalone POM has been creating here. The generating project in interactive mode. Now it gave me what kind of details I have to set up. So it is checking up like a lot of steps and all. It has been happening. So here it says me, so MVN archetype, Maven archetype, quick start version. What kind of version you want to have? I say like I want to have 1.1. I say 5. I'm just giving it as 1.1 version. Okay. So it is say what is the group ID you want to enter? What is the group ID you want to enter? What I told about the group ID? I told project name. Suppose it's a banking project. I say like give banking, or I can say consumer banking. This is my project. I gave consumer banking artifact ID. In consumer banking, I'm generating this for the debit card activation. DB act. I just gave DB act. So whether it is a version as a 1.1 snapshot or like what kind of version, I say it's 1.5. I just provided like as 1.5. Either you can mention it as a snapshot, you can say release. And what is the package? What packaging thing, like if you're creating a kind of this thing, it creating a packaging, not a package. Okay, it's not packaging, it's a package. What is the package name you have to have? So I say like package name as like I can say card as a card. So it says like okay, you created a group ID consumer banking DB Act version 1.5, but that is package as a card. So I'm just provided as Y. So it's success. It got created these things. Now DB Act, if I go to the DB Act, see here in the Maven, this is a Maven and DB Act is one artifact which I created. If I go here in the DB Act, I have SRC and I have POM. So this is POM has been generated in newly. If I open this form, edit with Notepad++, here it gave me model version, artifact ID, group ID, packaging default, it gave me jar, and version, name, source, all those things it gave me. And dependencies also it gave me as a JUnit, and this is the kind of dependency default it giving me JUnit. Okay, so this is how I can able to generate any pom.xml. So suppose here, this is a structure. It has to created a source. It has to be created a source, and it has to be created a pom.xml. If I go to the source, here I require to have two options. One is the main and one is the test. So here in the main, my entire source code will be kept in the main. In the test, right, entire my JUnit code. So JUnit code is also written in Java only, it written in the Java. That those things purely maintained here in the test. If I go to the main here, it is a Java based. So I created Java, and this is a card. These are the package I'm created. Card is my package. So here I created package. Here I'm writing Java source files. Like here I have to place all my code. So what are the code I created for my Java purpose? Here I have to maintain that Java code here. And if I say like a text right here, yeah. If I go to the text here, in the text also I have Java. Here I have a card. Inside of the card, I have to have app test. So here also I have to provide some unit testing test cases, which is written in Java. All those things I have to provide. So now my developers gave me this and all. Hey Shiva, this is the pom.xml and this is the source file. So keep this source file and keep this pom file to generate the packages. Any questions here? Okay. So I'll show you one code. I have one code with me. So here, this is the code I have. So here, this is the source code. Let me remove this target. Okay. So here I have a code. This is also a kind of Git repository. I can see the .zat. This is the source code. Here in the source code, I have a main. Inside of the main, I have Java and some. It is a web-related application. It's a web-based application. It is a var file, like it is a var kind of thing. So it has some code. So suppose here this is a web app and this is a web.nif, and I have created a web index. You can see this code. It has some pages. So it has DevOps solutions, DevOps training, like as my name. So I gave a kind of HTML file for this thing, and I integrated. So you can see that as a HTML files. I just written a simple JSP page, Java servlets pages, this and all. So I just created some JSP pages, all those things. Okay, so you can see that those details here. And along with that, you have some kind of test here. And test also, I created a kind of a simple this is the Gamu card as my program. And app test is also you have here. You can see this is app test. And I simply say like some test suite I have integrated. And here I created that is the one test cases. So I don't have any regression testing. I just have a unit testing as that is also one simple app data class. So I'm not much things here. So this is my project which I have. So if you see here in this project, if you go here, I have like a source called, I have here a kind of pom.xml. If I go to this pom.xml, if I am able to see that pom.xml, what is pom contains? So group ID CanGK solutions, artifact is CanGK, and it is a var type 1.1 release, and dependencies it requires JUnit with 4.12 and Java X servlets. This is servlet pages, as I said, like JSP pages. So it is like servlets has been dependency. And here I have mentioned a dependency management. This dependency management is like I'll tell you like how we have to do this. Is not working actually, but showing purpose I presented you this thing. And now here I have a properties. Maven compiler, it required to have more than 1.7 version. So like it's more than 1.7 version I have to maintain because some kind of dependency I have. So I just kept like that. This is a very simple POM to understand you. Like just consider this is your source code. You contains POM, you contain some source here. Okay. And now what I'm doing here, I have to create a Maven. I have to create a Maven project. I have to create a package here. So what kind of package? As I told, either jar or var or here different types of packages I have. So how can I create that packages? How can I directly create the package? If you're required to create a packages, you have to execute Maven life cycles. You have to execute Maven life cycles. You have to execute Maven life cycles. We have 7 types of Maven life cycles. So some people call it as a goals. Some people call it as like some people call it as a different name, but you call it as a Maven life cycles. It has 7 entries. These 7 entries, like a hierarchy, is very much important. Like whatever you're writing, this is very much you have to integrate. Like you have to write it up in the proper order actually. Okay, so some people call it as a goals, or some people call it as a phases. Some people they call it as different names they usually call. We have 7 for like that one. So what are the 7? The first thing is validate. Second is compile. Third option is test. Fourth is package. Fifth is verify. And the sixth is install. Next is deploy. So these are the 7 life cycles or phases or goals, whatever the name you can call. You have 7 types of packages you have. So these 7 types, these are the 7 types of life cycles. So now our responsibility to understand, we require to have an understanding on this 7, what these 7 do. So first, what is validate do? Validate will validate the syntax. And any compilation, validate the syntax. Suppose instead of for loop, if you say for loop, like if any spelling mistakes has been there, so how like validations, if you have provided like some kind of you have a block closing, you're not closing the block kind of thing, so it will validate the syntaxes. Okay, so we are going to validate the syntaxes, syntax validations, anything that it will validate the syntax validations. After the compilation, after that you have compilation. What compilation do? Compilation do validate plus compile the source code. Mean to say create a class files, compiling the source code. What I told, compiling the source code, it creating a class files which is mission understandable format, So it will create that. Next is text. What text do? Test will execute the unit test cases. What it will do? It will do validate plus compile plus test executor. It will do all these things. Next, a package. So package, what it will do? It will validate, compile, it will do test, and also what it will do? It create a package. Next, verify. What verify do? Verify do all those things. Validate, compile, it will do test plus package plus regression testing. Any regression testing you have, it will do that regression testing. If you have like a install, it will do all the same thing. It will do verify. Mean to say verify will do all those things, right? Verify plus install. It will be copy into the local repo, Maven local repo. Copy the Maven repo. Next, deploy. This deploy, do the like a install plus deploying the package into artifacts. Deploying the package into Artifactory. Okay, so what is meant by the Artifactory? Artifactory is nothing but it is a package hub. I mean, it's a package registry. So how you have a GitHub, right? A similar manner, here also you have like a package repository. It's mean to say you can store the packages as well. You can store the packages as well, and you can share the packages. How we share the GitHub code, right? So similar like GitHub, you have an Artifactory like a JFrog or Nexus. These kind of different types of artifactories we have. You can store this package into those as well. That related code you can keep it up into the distribution management section, and if you do the deploy only, it will work on that distribution management section only. If you not use deploy, it won't work on that one. Okay, so these are the seven things. Like even if you work on if you give install, do the verify. What verify do? You do the package as well. What package do? Test also. So if you give this thing, it will execute. If you gave this thing, it will execute all these kind of things. It will execute all these kind of things. Okay. If you execute the sixth command, it will execute all the 6 commands. If you execute the third life cycle, it execute 1, 2, 3 life cycles. If you execute sixth thing, it will execute 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 life cycles. It will execute all the 6 life cycles. Okay. Any questions here? So I can take the silence as no questions. So like now, as a DevOps engineer, you're required to have like clear idea on the 7 life cycles. So like what it will do, what it will do, what. So suppose if someone says like install, you have to convey them why I have to use install. If I require to use package, that can be fine, right? Why I have to go with install? You have to be in a situation, you have to say like why I have to use package, where I have to use verify. This kind of understanding you have to have. So suppose if you know what is a package, you can commit, you can confidently argue with them. If you know what is install, you can confidently argue with them. So now we will take like we have a source code, we will take it up into the like one life cycle by one life cycle each. Then you will understand a little bit more clarity on that. Here I have a source code as I told. So like here I don't have a target folder. I'm just taking the source code from here in this particular perspective. So now I have a Gamo cart. In this is a Gamo cart where I'm just remember I'm running it from the pom.xml only. I'm running it from the pom.xml. So what is my first command? My first command is mvn validate. Mvn validate. What it will do, it will validate any syntax errors if I have. When I click this thing, so it says build success. You don't have any any syntax errors. Okay. Now the next thing I'm doing by mvn compile. When I enter the compile, so it's see like it's building the conjugate. So it says you can see and Maven resource plugins and compiler plugins. It's required to have those kind of plugins. See, it says success, and also compiling one source file into the Gamo cart, and it created a target and classes. As I told, here I go. See here, it created a target folder. Just now it created by the 10:46 p.m. If I go here, I have a classes here. What is this classes? Here, com and Gamo cart. Here I have app.class, class, like which is the class file for my program. What are the Java file I have? It created a class file for this thing. Mean to say it compiled it as, if you see this compiled class files, you can see here the type is class file. If I open this class file, I can't understand this thing because it is a system readable format. It's a system understandable format. Okay, so system understandable format, which what I have. So now what I've done, when I use, it says it created, it built success, but it generated, compile the source as compile the source one. Now I'm using mvn test, third option as mvn test. If I enter mvn test here, so what it doing? So see here what it done, scanning for the projects, building CAN-CK and compiler plugins. Report, see here, it is created like, target folders. You see here, compiling one source file to D, Gamuka, target, test classes. It's already the same thing we saw previously. And along with that, it executed some test cases. So one test case is executed and the result, one test case has been passed and build success. Okay, this is, so now what it done, it is validated and it compiled and it executed the test cases as well. That is what I've told here. Okay, tester. Now I'm creating a package. If I go to this, target class here, see here, these are the 1046 and these are the test classes is will create in 1047. After we giving Maven test, it's created this thing. So here you have test Gamoka app test dot class. This is also a kind of a class file which is created for my unit test cases, whatever I have in my source. Okay, so now I came back to the target. In the target, now I have to give the package. So this time I give MVN package. So see, scanning for the projects and compile the, see here, nothing to compile, all the classes has been created. All the classes are up to date and test cases, it's run one test case, the test case is completed. And see here, MVN plugin dot var, it is taking the var and it's a web.inx web XML already added and skipping. It is creating, see, building var. You can see this line, right? Building var, D Gamuka, target and CAN-ZK 1.1 release, that var it has been created. So it is a var file has been created for me. Let me go and see the target folder. If I see here, see it is created 1049, just around a minute it created for me, as these are the 3 folders it is created now as a var file. Now the var file, what are the var file I have, it has been created. This is the package I'm expecting, var package, because my Java, my Maven contains, like my pom.xml contains that as a var type, package as a var. So it automatically created the var file for me. Okay, next verify. I don't have any regression testing, so I don't think so it will execute anything. When I enter Maven verify, and I see here nothing to compile, test cases, it compiled and say like a building is also done, and it don't have, it not executed any to the verify because I don't have any regression testing use cases here. Okay, so next is my install. What I told install, it do the verify and copy the package into the Maven local repository. Okay, what is this Maven local repository? So when I'm executing this thing, see here it is downloading Maven plugins, all those things. It's required to downloading all the plugins, it downloading all those things. As I told, it coming from the Maven Cellular repository. Okay, as I told, it coming from the Maven Cellular repository. Now, where these have been storing, in my local, it has been downloading. So download, if it downloading means it has to be downloaded in one particular place where it is downloading. Maven will be created as a central, Maven created a local repository for the Maven. Okay, it is created a local repository in the Maven where it is in users. Go to the C users and your username. Here you have .m2. This is a .m2. It is created a .m2. This is a default file. This is the local repository file for your Maven. This is the local repository file for your Maven. If you go and click this thing, you have a repositories here. Okay, it is nothing but Maven central repository local copy. When you go here repository, here you have all those things. Here I have, this is a com which I have CAN-ZK solutions. This is my CAN-ZK which is I ran in the long back. So now I'm removing this CAN-ZK. Just deleting this CAN-ZK. So this is a local repository for your Maven. What is the Maven local repository called? .m2. .m2. Your packages, like if you use MVN install, you use MVN install, like it will be copied, you whatever the workspace you have, whatever the created things here, right? So all those things been copied into your Maven local repository, which is .m2. See here, like building var has been created, Maven install plugin there, and installing these things into target kanzike to see user Siva Soumya .m2 repositories com kanzike. So previously I just deleted. See here again, I got this one for the 1052. I have here kanzike, here I have kanzike, here I have 1.1 release, here I have var file and pom.xml file. These are the two files it has been copied into my Maven central repository, Maven local central repository. So now it has been. So next what I have, ambient deploy. But I don't have any artifactory. I have distribution management, but I don't have the artifactory that is not running. So it will be failed for certain time. It look for the certain time. And it say that what are the URL I provided in the pom.xml, it says it was not able to found something like like this thing. See here, it trying to deploy, uploading to the central repository. This is a path it gave artifactory path, but artifactory path was not working. So it will fail a certain time. Let it fail meanwhile. So now it is created a var. Now what I contain is var, like you have some Java programs and it told like you have some Java program, and what you write in the Java program, how can I see the output of that particular Java? How can I see the particular output for this particular Java, like a the var file? How can I see the var file? It is, since it is a var file, we require a kind of web application. So what kind of web application you have in the local? We have Tomcat. Tomcat is also one kind of a web application kind of thing. You can, you can utilize that, to go with all those things. Okay, install Tomcat in your local. It is also, you can get directly Tomcat installation. Tomcat 10 download, whatever you want to have, you can download. So here you have different types of things. Here you can use a deployer as well. You can use like either you can use installer as well. Here you can see Windows Service Installer, which is the last one. This one is like, we can download this thing. It will use a .exe and it is a service installer. It will install into the services as well. So just go to the service, Windows Server Services. Here you have Apache Tomcat. This Tomcat has been stopped and just running the starting server. When you install the Tomcat, it will ask you like the port number. Since it's a web application, it run on the specific port number. You can configure this thing, but default port number for Tomcat is 8080. Okay, but I'm not giving that 8080 because I have some other things on that. So I'm just taking the local IP address by using ipconfig. I'm taking ipconfig here. This is the IPv4 address for me. 192. This is my IP. I'm taking this IP address here and I gave the port, like you can mention, like while installing it will ask for the port. You can mention what are the port you want to have, but default port, it will take 8080. I'm running on 8090 port for my these things. So this is the Apache Tomcat base, like, if you run, like if you install Tomcat, it will run with your local host IP address and with the port, specific port, which is while installing. If you want, you can, go and see in the config files as well, like what port number you gave, you can also see that. So this is the Tomcat. And in this Tomcat, if I require to see like what is my var file, okay, I have to place this okay, go to the Gamma card. Here while installing, it will install your if you go to the program files, it will install Apache Software Foundation. Here you have Tomcat. Inside of a Tomcat, you have a folder called web apps. In this web apps, you have to install your var file. You have to copy your var file. Okay, once you're able to copy your var file into your Tomcat web apps folder, then only you can able to see that. Okay, then only you can able to see that. Let me check the properties of that. This is a var file I have, and now I'm going on this thing. I already copied that var file. I'm just using that, I'm just giving forward slash and the package name. What are the package name I have? See here, this is the web application which I created like till now. What are the Maven we executed? We executed some Java source. This is a Java source which I created. So here I created like a 2-3 steps. Okay. Cell phones, like these things like Java, Jenkins, some kind of this information I created. This is what I've created with these things. Okay. So any questions here?
You did the last step like Maven deploy. I didn't see that.
Yeah, Maven deploy executed, but it will be failed.
Okay.
Let me see. Sorry, it is there. So Maven deploy already executed. It's still like looking for the that path. What are the artifactory path which we have generated? It is still looking for the path. It will take for some time to. It will take some time for the path, and later it will be failed to unable to get the path or permission generate. Some kind of error it will throws.
So without deploying, you were able to do the application. I mean,
we don't have Artifactory ready to deploy. If you have Artifactory ready, you can deploy that. You can deploy that into the any of Artifactory if you have.
artifact, any of artifact means you can do means we can do it on the local, right? Like you have specified at HTTP 13 something, some IP address 8081.
No, that is a Tomcat. That is a separate web application I have to. That is a path. So if you want to copy, you can copy to like it's deploying thing. Mean to say deploying into the Artifactory. So specific port number, specific path you can set like as a some kind of artifact, not to the specific path. If you want the path will be it will be in local. It will be copied into the max into the target folders or max into the .m2 folders.
Okay. So after deploy, what happens actually exactly?
Deployment said copy the var file into there. That's it. What are the var file? Artifactory is like also kind of, as I told, right? Artifactory is also kind of a kind of package repository. I mean to say it will kind of GitHub how you are so placing your source code, right? Say there also you can copy the packages. It's a purely package oriented repositories. Okay, you contain the package oriented repositories. There you're copying this var file. Whatever the var file has been created here in the local, it has been copying into that particular thing.
So whatever the artifact specified, that will be the final destination for the var file, right?
Exactly. Whatever you put it up in. Suppose if you give install, it will be do it in until the local folder. If you use the deploy, you have to specify your like artifact path. As I told, right? Like let me show you, buddy. So this is my target folder. Like I'm just going on this Gamo card. Yes, see in this pom.mxml. I provided a distribution management section. See here, this is a distribution management section. What I have, this distribution management section, I provided this here. You can see this is a distribution management section. I have provided here as the Artifactory URLs, which is not working now. But for temporary purpose, like just for you to visualize that purpose, I just kept that one. So now this path, what are this working? This path is not working anymore.
This path we can change it to your local, right? Like you can change it to your local and check it. Like it's already running, right? Tomcat is already running on that.
You can change it to the local, but there is also kind of a concepts like every of your artifactory will generate a setting.xml. Okay, you have to have a setting.xml. Like if you have artifactory, if you're good with artifactory, you came to know that setting.xml, one file will be generated. So you require to have that setting.xml file for your path. So with that path only it will. So I mean to say like there is no harm if you gave like this local IP this thing, but what happened? Local IP address is always changes. Okay, even if I restarted my PC, my local IP address will be changes.
I don't know for testing, like
sorry,
just for testing, like make that deployment.
You can change. You can change it, but major thing, right? It required a setting.xml. It required to have access, but anyway, it will automatically creating it in my .m2 folder. I can copy it from wherever I want to have.
Okay.
But if you have Eclipse kind of things, right? If you have any IDE kind of thing, you can directly configure in your, like, you can configure this distribution management as your local folders. But in a manually doing that, it is a little bit tricky because it always it will always change the port number. It will always do like local host. It always changes. So that is like some kind of difficulties you have. But if you have any Eclipse kind of IDEs, right, you can directly configure your local your web apps folder as a deployment section. You can do the deploy as well. But we use the deploy as to deploy into the artifacts. If you're deploying into the local host, if you're deploying into this Tomcat, it won't be useful for us. What is the purpose of this deployment? I can share this .exe file with you. How can I share that .exe? Now, what are the .var file has been created? How can I share that .var file to you?
Okay.
So that is a major purpose for the deployment. So if I require to share this .var, so or else I can give the code, you can generate the var, but how can I share what are the var I created in my local to you? Till now, whatever I've done, I'm able to generate it in my local only, right? Either it is in my target folder or .m2 folder. It is in my local only. I don't have any option to give it to you, or else I have to give it to a SharePoint folder and I have to give you like, kind of these things. Instead of that thing, you can create it in like it works as an Artifactory as a package repository. There you can provide your package where I can download your package from that. I can simply download that package. So these are all things can be happen with kind of tools like that is the Artifactory tool.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, so this is the package. Even if I change something, I have to replace the package and I have to rerun this, then it will show us what are the changes here. So this every time I have to create a package, even if any changes occur in my local code, I have to create a package and I have to replace the package. These are all things I have to do with the Maven. So now, where like a DevOps engineer, what do with Maven? So am I required to create a var? Am I required to create these things? No. So suppose if you're going on the further, you have to configure you're going to configure your Maven with your further processings. Like if you're using Jenkins, you have to use Maven. You have to configure Maven. You have to configure the path of Maven, Java path, how you configure, you have to configure that with the Jenkins. And also you're going to use the Maven command, Maven lifecycle. Now you know what is the 7 commands, and now you have to provide like what command I have to use based on your requirement, based on your business requirement. You have to provide what command you have to use. So, but that 7 commands you have to aware completely on 7 commands. What it will happen in each command, each lifecycle. So that is our main responsibility. And the same thing we provided in the Maven. Okay, same thing like here I use MVN install. So MVN package, same thing I'm going to utilize in Jenkins as well. If I don't know what is MVN install, if I'm providing the same thing in Jenkins, I'm running in the like half of the mind. Okay, even I'm running it with a blank hands. I don't know what happens. Then it is a very cost for me, right? It's not good for me. So now we know what these 7 life cycles, what these 7 life cycles do, and what is a pom.xml. Even how can I make sure like if I'm running that Maven clean install also, if I'm running a Maven install also, it is running on like how I come to know what kind of package it has been creating. Again, I have to come into the pom.xml. Here I can see yes. If I go to this pom.xml, here I can see yes, it is required it is generating a var type. It is generating a var type. So now I can understand, okay, it is generating var type, whether it has been generated or not. I have to see like whether it has been, I have to see like in the Jenkins or some other, any other places, whether the jar has been creating or not. I have to verify that because I have to process that jar, what are the packages has been generating. I have to process that jar to the further. As a part of my automation process, I have to process that further. So now I know where my jar or var will be there. Now jar or val will be there in 2 places, either in the target folder or in the local .m2 folder. These are the 2 places where I can copy that from where. Either I can copy it like if I just gave a package, then it will be in the target folder. If I gave MEN install, that will be there in my M2 folder. So now I know where it has been there, how to access that one I know, and how to generate the var also I know with Maven. So these are the understandings you required as a DevOps engineer with your Maven. And we already generated your Maven archetype. Let me write this commands. archetype generate, it will generate it over all those things. Sorry. So this already I provided this Gamo card as inside of your I just provided as a kind of these things. Gamo card, yes. Here I have a Gamo card. This is the repository I've already created and I already updated these things. Here you have a target folder. While you after you install, just remove the target folder. It may be useful for you. Here I'm providing that link, and I'm also updating into this repository file. What are the repository file I have? Where's this thing? Gamo card. And I'm just updating in this in the running notes. You can, if required, you can get it from your running notes as well. Okay, here I have a source code. And also even I updated one more source code. If you guys want to have, you can get it like one more source code here. I have added as, where is this repository? There's 7 repositories. Yeah, this is also a kind of more different kind of things you have here. This is also a kind of source code also. It have a SRC, it has like a pom.xml. You can see that source code pom.xml might be helpful to you for if you require a different type of source code. Okay. So these two types of source codes can help you to understand what is a POM and what you have with your like a source code, and how you, if you want to execute your Maven phases or life cycles, you can run these things. So any questions? So with this topic, we completed Maven, and next week, sorry, next week, I mean to say tomorrow, we are going on to the Jenkinses. So we will start Jenkins. So prepare yourself for the Jenkins, and try to max, you come try to attend the session, because it is also kind of most of the times this week it will have a kind of theoretical and practical sessions, like so how we done like same for the Maven, little bit theoretical, and then we practically executed each and everything. It will be goes on the same thing.
Eva, for tomorrow's session, we should have Java and Maven installed, right? As
Exactly.
you said.
Is exactly. You require to have a Maven and Java in your local, so that right, while installing Maven is okay, but Java required for installing Jenkins. You required Java as well. Without Java,
okay.
you cannot install your Jenkins actually.
Okay.
Anything, any like specific and Git, anything you not understand?
Sure, is running notes will be sharing in the WhatsApp group?
Yes, I'll share that now after the session. I'll once I close the session, I'll share. Sachin, from Maven, we can make a build and deploy to the Jenkins. Now, actually, what we do, right? in Jenkins, we have to here also Jenkins also have a kind of some options where you can integrate your tools. So we are integrating Maven and we are integrating Jenkins, and we are sorry, we are integrating Java and we are integrating Maven with the to the Jenkinses. From the Jenkins, you're creating a build. Okay, that file will be inside of your Jenkins, not in your like this particular folders, all those things. Okay, so why? Because see, you're running an automation where you require to further processing everything. So where you're not required to have a manual intervention. Say suppose here I'm creating, I have to do something here. You're not required to do that. So everything need to go on an automation process. See, suppose I have a source code. So some Java developer gave me, hey Shiva, this is the source code I have. So now my Jenkins required pick that source code, and my Jenkins required to do build the source code, and it required to send it to the further. As of now, we understand only like getting the source code and building that. So these two steps will integrate with the Jenkins, and any further activities, any tools we integrated, we will do that with our Jenkins integration.
So Shiva, one question is here, basically I'm a developer, but I need to understand that what is the main purpose of using a Maven.
That's
See,
what I
I
told,
just
sir. In Jenkins, I'm creating a build, sir. Okay, so
okay,
suppose in Jenkins, I have to create a build. How can I
okay,
create a build without Maven? See,
Maven.
you are a developer, right? What kind of developer you are, sir? Are you like a Java developer or?
No, I'm a PHP developer.
Okay, consider anything like you are also creating a class, like you're compiling your PHP files, right?
Yeah,
What build tool you're using?
PHP files, like I'm using Zem server and all these things.
Okay, anything
Yeah.
like either you can use a gem server as fine. So what I'm doing, right? Simple, sir. Like what I'm doing, Jenkins is a kind of automation process. What say if what is mean by the automation process? Like it required to do like start to end, it required to do automatically without any without anything. So what we are going to achieve here, suppose I have a source code. That source code, required to do like it required to deploy in my servers. That is my ultimate goal. So suppose if there is something is changes in the Jenkins code, sorry, suppose there is a changes in Git source code. Now I have to like my Jenkins pick that code and do the build of the package, and then it will be deployed into the specific servers. That and all will be happen through the Jenkins. If I require to do, I have to integrate Maven to the Jenkins.
Okay.
So if I integrated to the Maven to the Jenkins, if I integrated Maven to the Jenkins, I have to understand what is Maven, right?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
That's what we learn.
Okay.
So any other questions, guys? So if you not have any questions, we can wind up. But one thing I can say, happy learning. You came here to learning. Try to understand the concepts. If you not understand the concepts, ask me. I'm here to explain you one more time. I'm not. I never said like I'm not. Said telling you these things. So remember that. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. If you not understand, also you can. You can ask me. If you say you not understand something and you can simply goes out, that's not my problem. So you're not learning. That's it. Keep in that mind and try to practice it. Try to understand the concepts, ask one or more time if you not understand kind of thing. So practice very important. Do the practice. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Even if like the start of the session is also we started with a very good question. Okay, by Mahesh sir. So like this, if you came to know any question that we can sort it out, I can do these things. Or else I can't do anything. I'll go with my work, my flow. Thank you guys. Have a nice day. We'll meet you tomorrow. Sorry, like could you please share the notes? I'll share you that, sir. Like I'll share you that, Mona Lisa. Sorry, I didn't see the comment. Okay, yeah. uh, yeah, I'll do that. I'll do now. Maven version to download, you can take it up any latest version, sir. Whatever the latest version you have, you can take it up. That no worries on that. Try to always take the latest version. Okay, we're good to wind up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.